I'm gonna lay one down for my brothers, lay one down for my foes, lay one down for one another, lay one down and let it go, lay one down and put asunder, lay one down, reap what you sow, lay one down, it's like butter, lay one down and let it flow. Jump through a hoop while someone is consorting. I'm gonna lay one down. I tell you the truth, but you'd think I was performing. I'm gonna lay one down, lay one down for my brothers, lay one down for my foe, lay one down for one another, lay one down and let it go, lay one down and put asunder, lay one down, reap what you sow, lay one down, it's like butter, lay one down and let it flow, lay one down and let it flow, lay one down and let it flow. You're ready. I'm a messenger, I'm a radical, I am love. I'm a messenger, I'm a radical, I am love. Like any other human being who's cruciform control, no longer in search of meaning, I'll utilize my soul to be a messenger, to be a radical, to be love. Be a messenger, be a radical, be love. Falling from the matrix, why is what can set you free. And if you look behind the curtain and then into the mirror, then I think you'll see. Be a messenger, be a radical, be love. Be a messenger, be a radical, be love, be love, be love.
That's right. Be a messenger, be a radical, be love. That's my friend, Ed Roman, who's a guest on the show. I love that song. I think we've been blessed. We've been given the opportunity to bring to you shows, non-mainstream shows, to the mainstream. And what a blessing, I should say, the fact that we have such great guests. Let me back down a little bit here. We're a little loud out there. But including Ed Roman. And the other thing too is I'm kind of torn. I'm kind of torn between Ed's opening. I love that song. I really do. And I love the song that Kevin MacLeod did for us as our intro. I think we got dual intros. I think we got two songs that that will serve as intros for our show. But you're listening to the Midnight Ocean Radio Show and podcast. I am your host, Jeff Norton. You can join us live here every Monday through Friday from 10 p.m. till 2 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, or on the web 24/7 at www.themidnightocean.com. Wow, what a day. I feel a little rejuvenated. You know, I'll have to tell you, I can honestly say that the events over the weekend just drained me. Literally drained me, and it's taken a while to recuperate. But we're getting there. We're getting there. Talking about the web, I will tell you this, that we did add the chat component. So if you go to the website, themidnightocean.com, and you will see a link on the right-hand side. It says chat. If you do that, you can actually join in the chat and not actually have to log in to YouTube for those that don't want to do that. So we are changing, we are adapting, and everything. And tonight is actually a pretty cool topic. We have Kelly Sullivan Walden is going to be joining us in the bottom of this hour, and we're going to be talking about dreams of all types, dream interpretation of all types, mainly relationship, sexual, all of those things. So that's going to be interesting. You know the one that you've always had, going to school naked or going into the office naked. Well, we're going to get answers on what those mean from Miss Walden. She's been on Fox. She's been on Dr. Oz. You know, talk about high quality guests. We keep knocking them down here at the Midnight Ocean. So with that, I want to tell everybody we are so close. We are so close to breaking the 100 subscriber marks. That is very important in the YouTube world. Let me tell you, for those that have not subscribed to the show, please do so. Please subscribe. I don't get paid any more or any less if you do. But that is a huge, huge validation of our show, what we've done, or what we do here. The reason why I say that is because if you have over 100 subscriptions, I did not know this, but if you have over 100 subscriptions, number one, YouTube will allow us to private the, got a little critter in here joining me in the studio, will allow us to privatize our feed. And what that means is if you go to our channel, in the URL, it's a big hodgepodge of numbers and everything. Well, once we reach 100, we can actually have a name. That's right. So for branding purposes, it's very important to us. The other reason why it's important to us is because actually we're in the top 10% of all YouTube channels. I did not know this, but I was told this, that once you reach 100 subs, you are considered the top 10. You're in the top 10% of all YouTube channels. And then the show actually grows exponentially from there. That seems to be the big number. And then the big number after that is 1,000. And then after that's 100,000. Yeah, we can get there. It's just a matter of time. I will tell you this. We are now in first place in Google. When you type in the Midnight Ocean, we have beaten out the science term for the dark ocean or the midnight ocean. Sorry, kids. Doing their reports when they're told to go learn about the midnight ocean, they're going to see our page. Hopefully we will have stuff up there that's appropriate for them. But so that's good news. So we are on the first and second page, pretty heavy. Pretty heavy. We will be adding the iTunes feed here soon. I think we got approval for that. So you'll be able to get us on your iTunes devices. One of the other things too is I want to share with you guys, I've been told, how do I get your shows automatically downloaded to the phone? And the best way to do that, believe it or not, is that, and I do apologize because I don't think I was clear enough on this. So let me bring up our trusty little browser here for everybody to see. And what I'll do is I'll move that over, and then we will go to our website. Now, within your browser on your website, it's going to look a little bit different on your phone. On your phone, it's going to actually have the tiles, but if you scroll all the way down, you're going to see this icon. It's going to look a little bit different on your phone. Oh yeah, that's annoying. It's going to actually have the tiles, but if you scroll. That is annoying. Learn something new every day. Let me turn that off. So as you scroll down on your browser, you're going to see these little icons here. See them? This icon here is your RSS feed. If you have a podcast software, and there's many out there, you can go to Apple or iTunes or whatever. Android, you can go to your Android store. But if you see the icon that's lighting up on the screen there, and it looks like 3 right next to the YouTube icon. If you click on that icon, it will actually open up the podcast in your podcast playing software. This is the RSS feed. So if you click on that, it actually looks like that. So it brings up a feed. And this is all XML. You don't need to know how that works. So if you click on that, that will allow you to download our shows through your podcaster software. And what happens is that you will get notifications. And I'll kind of show you how that works on my iPhone. But you will see it alerts you when new shows come in. Yeah, that's right. I listen to Alex Jones. And it will automatically download. And that's how you can automatically download. And what's really nice about that is when you download those, they get stored to your phone. So you can take them anywhere. And you don't have to be on the internet anymore for those that are traveling in their car or wherever. We actually set those RSS feeds up immediately after the show. So there is no waiting. It might take a little bit for it to transfer through, but I promise you by the morning, they will be there. So that is a little tip for you guys who want to download shows. Now, before we get to our guests, I do want to talk about something. And please understand, I want you to listen to this message in its entirety. It's very important that you listen to what I have to say from beginning and end. Do not turn it off. Do not get upset with me. Do not unsubscribe me. Do not call me a racist. Do not, because I want to do a little role playing here with you. For those that don't know, there is a fight right now in North Dakota over the installation of a pipeline. Right? And the American Indians are fighting for their livelihood, for their land. But apparently the government, along with the private companies, feel that they don't need to honor these obligations. And I want to share with you the other side, right? The belief system. And this is something that, how do I say this? There's a commercial going out where kids are just brutally honest. And in the commercial at the end, it says, why don't we all be that way? Why don't we all be like our children and be brutally honest. So let's play this out, and please, like I said, before you turn me off and unsubscribe me, there is a belief system in which in this country, corporate America, those dirty Indians, we gave them land. We gave them free education. We gave them everything they want, and this is the way they turn on us. When we want to put a pipeline through their land, we'll put a pipeline through their land. We won't stop, or they can't stop us. We'll just smallpox them again. We give them their casinos. They make money off of us. What is the problem? These dirty little Indians. That's what's being said in corporate America and within our government. To allow what they are allowing to happen in North Dakota is let's just forget about the Constitution. Let's talk about, because obviously they manipulated the law. You can't argue and say, well, they're breaking the law. Well, because the government will rewrite the law. Who writes the laws? The government will just rewrite it. But I have seen things, and I'm not one to go out and quote Democracy Now! But I have seen some horrific things happening to these these citizens of this great nation, fellow citizens of this great nation. My question is where's the militia? I really have to ask that question of my militia friends. What's their stance on this? Is it not that the American Indians are worth protecting? Are their rights not worth defending? So maybe I'll get one of my militia buddies on the show and I'll ask that question. Because what I see is a violation of people by its government. There are videos on Democracy Now! Right now. There are pictures of dogs with blood dripping from their mouths. That's right. These private contractors who are building these pipelines have been allowed to bring in private security, a militia, or whatever you want to call it, mercenaries. And these mercenaries have used dogs, pepper spray, to attack these American Indians. And there's pictures of dogs. Now, why isn't mainstream media covering this? Oh, that's right. Because it's all about bringing gas to Illinois. Got to feed that city. Got to give them what they want. But there's no coverage of this. And it is very, very disturbing indeed to know that our government, but what do you expect? I love animals. I love dogs. I have 2 of my own. And they aggravate me, but I still love them. But I'll tell you one thing. You sick a dog on me or on anybody around me, I'm dropping the dog. Yeah. Because that's a weapon. People don't realize the damage that dogs can do. And for a dog to come up with blood on its mouth, on its snout, means that he obviously bit someone or many of people. But go out to Democracy Now! I'm not one to promote them. because some of the things I don't agree with. But most of the things I'm finding, though, that I do read there, I'm starting to agree with more and more. Because we're all in this fight together. But I challenge you, go out, learn about what's going on in North Dakota. Just Google it, North Dakota Pipeline, American Indians. Or just go out to Democracy Now's website, and you will see pictures that will anger you. Where is, and I'm just going to be blunt about this. During the civil rights movement, there was videos of dogs attacking African Americans, black people. And that was just a travesty. And I'm sure our president would say the same thing if you show him a picture of a dog attacking a black person. You would be, he would naturally, you would cringe under that. I cringe under it when I see it to this day. But here are images of dogs attacking Native Americans. But there's no outcry. There's no, where's the justice? Where's the peace? There's none of that, except for right there. I just have to say, I am deeply disturbed by these images. Deeply disturbed. And of course, you have these dog handlers who are sitting there. And like I said, you use a dog to attack me, I'm dropping the dog. I am sorry, but I'm going to drop your dog. And for those that don't understand what drop means, figure it out. And then we'll decide if I still think you're a threat. And I know everybody says, oh, you got to have I find it ironic how the government says, oh, you got to have peaceful protests, be peaceful. But yet they're the ones that bring the violence. The other part of that I don't understand is you got law enforcement. This is a private organization, a private security team. This is not affiliated with law enforcement that's doing these with these dogs. Since when does our government condone one group of people attacking another group of people? When has that ever been okay? And what disgusts me is you got sheriff officers standing there watching this all go down. Yeah. It's disturbing at its core. I am deeply troubled at what I see. And like I said, these are not law enforcement. I want to stress this to everybody. This is not law enforcement. Now, this might be an arm of law enforcement that's doing this, but these are private contractors, private individuals. When did the government ever allow, or where in our legal system is one individual allowed to attack another individual unabated? Ask yourself that. Never. But apparently in North Dakota, it's okay. Because as long as they get their oil, that's all that matters. That's all that matters. It's disturbing at its core. But as I said earlier, as I reenacted, that's exactly what these corporate bastards are thinking. these dirty Indians. We allow them to have their casinos. We allow them to live on this land for free. We give them welfare money. We give them reparations money. We allow them to sit around and have the highest unemployment rate, have the highest drug addiction rate, have the highest number of people living in poverty. That's the reality, people. That's the reality. And the only reason why government allows casinos to be ran by American Indians is because the government receives tax money from that. Don't kid yourself. They receive tax money. And they wanted to avoid the conflict of when the American Indians, under the treaty, they can basically do whatever they want to on their land. But the government is so intrinsic within the casino system with the American Indians. They go hand in hand. I know that for a fact because when I lived in Kenosha, Wisconsin, we sat there and we watched them work hand in hand to try to get a casino in. So, lesson learned. Coming to a street or a neighborhood near you. Just go out there to Democracy Now! Take a look at what is going on out there. And you let me know if you think that is okay. So when we get back from the break, that's the music telling us that we got to take a break. When we get back from the break, we're going to have Kelly Sullivan Walden is going to be joining us. Oh my gosh, I can say that name. We're going to be talking about dreams, all sorts of dreams. The good ones, the naughty ones, and the relationships. It's going to be an interesting conversation. I think it's going to be very lighthearted, and we will thoroughly enjoy the topic of the night. This is the Midnight Ocean Radio Show and Podcast. I'm your host, Jeff Norton. Join us here every weeknight from 10 p.m. till 2 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, or on the web at www.themidnightocean.com.
This is the Midnight Ocean with Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network.
Hello. Hello, hello.
is the Midnight Ocean with Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network.
That's our theme song from our good friend McLeod. Much better. All right, for all those out there you guys should have told me that out there in YouTube land that we were a little low. That's why I expect you guys, come on now. You got to earn your keep. Those in the chat room out there. But, without further ado, I know that we have Miss Kelly Sullivan Walden on the line with us on Skype, and her mission is to wake the world of the power of dreams. She began her dream career at the age of 5. Kelly and her young sister shared a room growing up, and after sharing dreamscapes in the process of discussing and decoding these dreams on a regular basis, Kelly and discovered the secrets of dreams and how to help us in waking lives, and if we allow them. She's been on Dr. Oz, Ricki Lake, The Real, Bethenny, Huffington Post Live, Coast to Coast with George Norrie, Playboy Radio, Jenny McCarthey, and Fox News. So without further ado, I'd like to welcome Miss Kelly Sullivan Walden to the show. Kelly, are you there?
I am.
Oh my
Hi,
God.
Jeff.
Hi, how
nice
are
to
you?
meet you.
Nice to meet you. It's so pleasant to hear your voice.
Aw,
I just want to
that's
say,
so
I
sweet.
just want to start off right off the bat and say it is so pleasant to hear your voice is so calming.
Oh, thank you. I hope I don't put anybody to sleep.
It's a late night show. We expect that.
Wake up!
Yeah, wake up.
Right.
Don't worry. We expect that in this hour, in this time frame. It's funny when I was talking to my manager. Yes, I have a manager now. He was saying, well, why'd you
fancy.
all fancy. He's like, why did you do the late night? He goes, you can get more listeners to your show. And I said, there's something about doing a paranormal show right during the day that just doesn't,
Right.
Yeah, it just doesn't sit well with me. And, people can always download it.
The freaks come out at night.
Yeah, that's right. The freaks come out at night. You are absolutely correct. And I've been looking forward to this conversation for a long time. I had another dream interpreter that was on the show, and she was more Christian based or whatever. So I kind of didn't ask her the questions that I'm gonna ask you, because you kind of keep.
You would offend her Christian sensibilities, ruffle her skirt.
I think I was more embarrassed, and for some reason, you with the cover and the topics of your books, I think I can probably ask you a little.
Oh my God, I've asked for it with that. Yeah, I definitely have a red carpet invitation that I give to everybody for whatever you want to bring up, and doesn't mean I won't blush, but we'll see. We'll see what happens.
Well,
I'm open.
You're the one that painted. Let me adjust some levels. My guys in the YouTube world are saying you are much louder than I am, and I've got that voice that carries forever.
Little old me.
Yeah.
Wow, that's funny.
Well,
okay.
There we go. You're good. Can't hear. Okay. So let's see what we can do here. Let me do a little bit more adjusting on my end, and you guys out there in YouTube,
I'll step
because
back from my microphone.
No, you're
How's
fine.
that?
It's this. Let me tell you, we're changing out our equipment as we grow. We start out with what we were provided, right? And we make it work. And now we're getting, as we grow our show, we're getting more and more into the technical aspects of it and getting better equipment. And so there's a learning curve there. So everybody out there in YouTube, let me know, how does it sound? Better. All right. So we'll continue on. So tell me a little bit. I know that you and your sister, I had a brother and we shared rooms. And when we were younger, but we never talked about dreams. We never talked about dreams together. It was more, we were fighting with each other and stuff.
Right.
But how did it all start for you? How did you get into this?
Well, I'll say that my sister and I did fight also. And I've got some scars to prove it. So we definitely fought and we shared dreams. We just, I think a lot of kids remember dreams vividly because we don't get as distracted with the things that take us away from dreams. And I think we're more apt to think that there's really something to those dreams when we're kids. But I think it's special to have somebody to share it with that won't make fun of you or won't think you're crazy. And my sister and I just started, I don't even know the very first time. Actually, I think it was around Halloween. This is the first time I have a very vivid memory of having a dream that scared me. And my sister also had a very similar dream when we talked about it. And it was around Halloween, and I was probably 5 or 6, and she's a year and a half younger than me, so she'd be maybe 4. And I remember talking about this witch chasing me around a castle, and she was like, and she described the way that this castle looked, and being shoved in a corner and being afraid that the witch was gonna either eat her or throw her off. And I was like, we were talking inside the very same dream, and we kept having that dream. And then we both decided that next time the witch came around, we were going to do something with her. We were going to figure out how to outsmart the witch. So I decided that I was going to shrink her with my magic powers. I was going to make her small and me big. And my sister decided she was going to try to trick her to fall off the edge of the wall and into the depths and die. And we both practiced these kind of things. So we were kind of like early lucid dreamers, sort of. And in some way, what we did was we kind of conquered that dream, and we figured out, we knew at an early age that a nightmare is an unfinished dream, and it's up to you, the dreamer, up to me, the dreamer, to finish the dream and turn it into something that's empowering. And this has actually become the theme of my whole career. It's mostly what I do. I teach people how to redream their dream. Sometimes I call it dream crafting. Sometimes I call it rescripting the dream. In dream theater, you redo a dream with other people until you're happy with the way the dream is going. And then you realize that it actually has neurological, psychological, even spiritual ramifications and physical ramifications. The way you change your dream, it ends up having an effect in your outer life in some way. So it's an interesting kind of corollary. I didn't know that it would become my profession at that time. I wanted to be an actress ever since I was little, and I was in my 20s. And who knew that I would end up becoming a dream expert? It just kind of happened. 9.5 books later.
Not yet.
Here I am.
Exactly. Yeah, I was looking at the titles of your books and reviewing them and everything, and it's amazing. They're going on my bookshelf because
Awesome.
I'm fascinated by dreams. Because the way I look at it is I spend about as much time dreaming as I am awake. Now, correlation between sleeping and being awake. I have dreams pretty much every night, and I control them. I go to bed. Like last night, we talked about Nibiru and Planet X and everything. And I can tell you that when I went to bed, I was dreaming about Planet X and aliens and stuff. And that's exactly what I dreamt about. That I was on a spaceship.
On a late night show like yours, for sure, you're influencing the dreams of yourself and your listeners. because those things that we hear and watch and pay attention to, especially right before we go to sleep, they definitely go into our dreaming. And whether we become lucid in those dreams or not, they will play out. And so it's really smart if we're listening to something that we care about or that we want to know more about, or paranormal phenomenon, then we'll find ourselves becoming more deeply understanding of those topics if we immediately fall asleep upon awakening. Or even, not that anybody's going to ever fall asleep in the middle of your show, but if they did kind of wander off, then you know that they could really enter into that realm and sometimes download information that other people don't know yet. So yeah. It's a really cool thing that we can do with dreaming.
I find it, just fun. It's fun to me. I mean, I don't know. I think it's the ultimate control over your body is the fact that you can control your dreams and be able to. And I've been able, in my former life prior to doing this, I was a programmer. So I would spend, and I know a lot of programmers that do this, they will spend the night sleeping, writing code in their head, programming, and then they get up in the morning and actually type it out. But most of the code that they write and most of the problems that they solve, they do it in a dreamscape kind of mind.
Right. I like to call those dreams in particular sleepworking. Because if you're passionate about something that you're doing or that you're working on, inventors and creative people throughout history have done this. Thomas Edison used to deliberately take cat naps in the middle of the day while he was working on an invention, and when he would wake up from that cat nap, he would write down what he was thinking about, dreaming about, even if it seemed completely unrelated to whatever he was working on. And inevitably, the dream was revealing something brilliant that his conscious mind wasn't able to connect with. So it's a really smart thing to do if you care about what you're working on, or even if it's a hobby. My husband's a musician and producer, and he will often wake up in the morning with a song in his head or with a solution to something that he's been producing, and he'll immediately roll into the studio and add whatever it was that just came to him into his work. And it's brilliant, unless it gets to be too much. There was a TV producer on Fox News that I worked with a lot, and she said, all I do is I work all day and then I dream all night about my work. And it's great because it gives me an edge on my work. I feel like I problem solve and troubleshoot, so I'm a lot better and more effective when I'm working because of my dreams. But I'm sick of it. I want to dream about like other planets. I want to dream about fantasy stuff. I want to dream about castles and princesses and princes. And I'm like, okay, then you've got to stop thinking about work before you go to sleep. If you want to stop it, you've got to deliberately program yourself to think about, like, read a book that's related to a completely unwork related topic, or listen to music that takes you back to a romantic time in your life, or do something that switches the channel, switches the radio dial in your mind to something else so that you can deliberately dream about something else. So we can influence what we dream about. We can't necessarily influence everything that we dream, and I don't think that we would want to, because we want there to be that X factor. We want there to be that little bit of our life that our ego isn't controlling, and it's more magical than whatever we could dream up. But it is nice to know that we can program ourselves to have our dreams help us with whatever issues we're working on, or to take us away from whatever issues we've been working on.
I guess it's really hard.
Alrighty then.
Well, I can't. I mean, my thing is I can't relate to the other side, to someone who, because I've always been able to control my dreams. So it's one, I look at people and it's like, well, like Sandy will sit there and she'll have a nightmare, and I tell her, I'm like, turn around and kill it, or do whatever, or tell it no, or send it yipping away, and she's like, I can't do that.
Yes, but here's what you can do with Sandy and with everybody else who doesn't feel that they can control their dream in the dream, which is almost everybody, by the way. Most people can't. Most people can barely even remember a dream, much less become lucid in their dream. So it's typical that a person will share that they have a dream, if they remember a dream, that they can't go back in and control. And so this has become the gist of my work. It's in the waking state. You can talk, you can do it in several ways. If you're talking to your wife or your partner and they wake up with a really scary dream, you can ask them to sit up in bed so that they don't completely fall back into the same dream and go unconscious, but to sit up in bed but stay connected to the energy of the dream, but with the awareness that they are the director of this movie and that the dream isn't over until they're empowered. So that might mean, and often this is what I do, if there's something, and it might seem completely counter-instinctual or counterintuitive, but if there's a really gross, scary, or overwhelming character in my dream, I'll make myself move toward it and say, what's the gift that you have for me? I know you're here to help me. Tell me what it is. Let's just get to it. And boom, the scene will change and I'll all of a sudden know what the gift is. Or something will be shown to me about why this being or this person is in my life. And inevitably, I believe that all of our dreams and everything in our lives are here it's like a conspiracy to help us become more powerful and more awake. Some people believe that, the world is against us, but Einstein believed that the universe was on our side. So I'm with Einstein on that one. I think even our scary dreams are help us to rid ourselves of a problem and become a more powerful version of ourselves. And not powerful in a diabolical way, but powerful in a way that we can actually be at cause in our life.
Yeah, and I believe your dreams all have purpose. Everybody's dream has a purpose or a message, and for me, like I said, when I go, I tell people it's like, here's a great example. One of the dreams that I loved doing when I lived in Chicago was flying over Chicago. When I would walk, I would have to walk from the train station. I did this every day for several years. I would walk, from the train station 2 miles to my office on Michigan Ave and then walk back. And so I started dreaming about flying over, leaving like Superman and flying through. And it was so fun. I thoroughly enjoyed it. But, but I got a message out of that is that there's so much of the city that I have not seen yet, and I still need to investigate. That's the message I got. So I went on these little walkabouts where I would intentionally miss my train and spend 2 more hours walking through the city and saying, I flew through this in my dream. Is it like my dream? And sure enough, it was pretty close. So.
Wow. Well, I love that you did those things. I love that you got something actually practical out of the dream. I mean, flying dreams, first of all, from my perspective, having heard thousands of them, universally, they always point back to mastery. I think they're in some way a reward for being in the right place at the right time or doing the right thing or having overcome something. Or it's just simply that you're a great lucid dreamer and you can say, that's it, it's time to fly. And you do. But to be able to bridge the gap between your nighttime dreams and your daytime dream, aka your waking reality, is one of the most brilliant things you can do. So I love, 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 love that you not only had that dream and remembered it, but that you went in your waking life, you went out of your way to explore what you saw in that dream. And in some way you were able to connect those hemispheres of your brain and of your conscious and subconscious and the other world and this world. And I think that's something that I'm a big fan of people doing. Do something, take some form of action based on your remembered dreams. That's such a key piece to closing the loop and finding the ways that our dreams can be of practical, real world use.
Yeah. Well, learning dreams have always been, like I said, have always been important and a big part of my life. Like if there's a challenge in my life, I try to, I'll read a book or, obviously you have to have a blueprint, but I'll read a book about it and then I'll close my eyes and then I'll do it in my dream. And it's funny because I was doing airplane, I was trying to be a pilot. I loved
Oh,
flying
wow.
airplanes
Wow.
anyways. Yeah, my
Now
brother
you
was
are
in
in your
aerospace.
dreams.
And yeah, so I went and got my pilot's license. I applied the same things that I did when I wrote software. And I think I gained the ability because of writing software. But I would fly a 747 or I would fly an airplane in my dream. And what was crazy is that when I did something incredibly stupid, I crash in my dream. And it was just like, okay, start over, or whatever. And it's
man.
weird. It's just, I called those learning dreams because I use that time to have my mind learn. It's not just sleep. It's like I'm learning something. Like last night, we had a guest on here. We talked about Planet X. And I went to bed traveling to Planet X, visiting with the inhabitants, and then coming back on a spaceship.
Wow.
That's how and it was people. I got friends that listen to me that know me, and they're like, Jeff, you're a nutcase. And stuff. But hey, like I said, I'll talk to you about things that, for some reason, I knew that I was going to share this stuff with you. On tonight's show.
Right. Share it with the people that really have ears to hear. Well,
Yeah.
you know what? Everybody who's done anything extraordinary, they're usually called crazy or there's something wrong with them. So I think you're in company with geniuses. So keep on doing what you're doing. I just have to acknowledge the synchronicity. Chicago keeps coming up, and flying dreams keep coming up. And there was something else that you just brought up about something about the planets and all that. Anyway, I'm just kind of in this trippy dream place with you right now, and it's awesome. I love the way you roll.
Yeah, thank you. I see. I know it's weird. We never talked before I talked to your assistant. We never, but there was something about, because I listened to some past shows that you did, and I said we're gonna hit it off. This is gonna be a good time, and
Absolutely.
everything. So
In a past life. Yeah.
Past life. Oh
Yeah.
Lord, let's.
Lots of those.
All right, here you go. And my mother listens to the show, so she's never even heard this one. Talk about past lives. I have a dream. I was born in 1969, during the heart of the Vietnam War. I always have a dream of walking on a path and being shot. And I was a soldier. I was a soldier in the jungle somewhere in Vietnam and being shot. Is that considered? I always wondered if that was a past life experience.
Oh, man. Well, it's hard to know exactly, but I'll tell you what I think. It certainly is likely. I was born in 68, so I'm in the same kind of time frame, and there were some friends of mine and I that were just together, and we were talking about, wow, we chose to be born during a really interesting time. The day after I was born, after my first birthday, they found out about Manson and all the murderers. It's like, yay, and happy birthday, Kelly. And yay, the Vietnam War, and they just killed JFK, and all this crazy stuff, or Martin Luther King, and like everybody's going to hell in a handbasket. I think there's a reason that we came in when we did, and I think some of us that came in when we did, we may have just had those lifetimes. We may have had some kind of experience that we didn't feel complete with. I mean, I think it's uncanny when a kid dreams about something that they really don't have any true knowledge about. Maybe they've seen a glimpse of something on TV. Maybe they read something about it, but there's a lot of stories about kids that have these dreams about these uncanny situations that they've never experienced in their waking reality. And it does relate to something that could have happened before they were born. And that's really the only explanation. I know that, have you heard of Bashar? He's somebody that you've interviewed?
Yep,
Daryl
I haven't
Anka?
interviewed, but I know the name, yes.
He's a friend of mine, and he's somebody that I've interviewed on multiple occasions. And I love his perspective on past lives. He basically says that and I agree with him, that there's multiple simultaneous lives, and that we could say that and here comes Einstein again, the past, the present, the future, it's all relative to the observer, but in the highest form of reality, it's all happening in parallel time, right here, right now. So a past life is really something that's happening at the same time. So there's every time we talk about what could have been a past life, we're kind of touching into another realm that may have an actual existence, and it may not be over. We may still be connected to that. In fact, I don't know enough about this to speak really intelligently, but I know enough to be able to just point toward it, that there was a scientist that received a Nobel Prize years ago, that because he was able to prove that what we heal in the present can heal the future, but it also can heal the past.
Yeah. So with that, let's put that thought on it, because I have some questions more about the past life and everything.
Awesome.
But we've got a hard stop here to help pay the bills.
Okay.
So I'm going to put you on mute. If you can make sure you put yourself on mute as well, because I do not control what goes out over YouTube. Yeah. And then when we get back, we're going to talk about a little bit more with past lives with our very special guest, Kelly Sullivan Walden is joining us.
This is the Midnight Ocean with Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network.
right, we're entering into segment number 2 with our very special guest, Kelly Sullivan Walden. And Kelly, I can tell you're a pro. You're already interacting with the chat room. I see you in there with the chat room. And for all those that are listening, if you want to, you can join us on chat one of 2 ways. The first way is you can actually go to the YouTube channel and log in and watch the show if you're watching live that way. Or you can go to our website at themidnightocean.com and click on chat, and you can also see the chat there for all of you that do not want to go to YouTube and stuff. So it is an interesting conversation. So Kelly, right before we went on break, we were talking about past life experiences or past lives. So you believe in past lives, I take it.
I do. Okay. I do. But as I've become better friends with Bashar and kind of hang out inside of his belief system, I really like the idea of multiple simultaneous lives. And I do think there's compelling evidence that we don't just live here in this dimension, but the idea that the past and the future, they're not like off to the left or off to the right and they're done. There's a relationship between what we're doing now that does affect those things, and it's still current in some ways, just in a different place, like on a different radio dial in some ways. That's how I experience it.
And that makes perfect sense. I've always just been the kind of my belief. I do believe in past lives, and I believe that when we pass and we have a decision to make. You have the light, and then you have the darkness. Now, for me, might sound odd, is that I'm a person, I'm going to go to the darkness. And because my belief system is that when you go to the light, you're subjecting yourself to judgment. Whereas if you go to the dark, you get to start over. And
oh my God.
Get it right.
Wow.
So that's I know it's a trippy kind of concept.
No, I think it's interesting. I definitely have a point of view about what you just said.
Yeah. So that was, and I believe that, like I said, that once you go to the light, you are subjecting yourself to the judgment, and you have to now suffer the consequences or the glory or whatever, but if you go to the dark, you get to come back and start over. And I'm a firm believer that I probably need to come back a couple more times before I get it right.
That's very interesting. I like that. It makes me think of Dannion Brinkley. Are you familiar with him?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Yeah. I love that Dannion's first couple of books were very much about the light, embraced by the light, loved by the light, best friends with the light, everything light. And then in one of his later books, when he died for I don't know, was it the 3rd or 4th time? I'm not sure. He's died so many times. Yeah. He decided he wanted to explore realms that were not so light, and he did explore some of the darker places, and that book didn't sell as well. It didn't do as well as the other books did, but he said that he found that he needed to explore those other realms for himself and to have a sense of the 360 of what's going on. And I have my own death experience that I can draw from if you care to hear a little bit.
Oh, absolutely. Let's hear.
Well, I didn't know it was happening when it was happening. So this was it wasn't something that I had any plan about, any forethought, at all. All I know is that as I was being pulled out of my body and I was gripped with terror. I was absolutely in fear, and I was doing my best to fight what was happening because it felt like I was pushing against a locomotive that was going 1,000,000 miles an hour, and I was trying so hard to push against it. And then, so when I all of a sudden was out of my body, I was still in fear. Like a lot of people, when they leave their body, it's like pop, poof, they're in the light before they even have a chance to think about it. For me, I had a chance to think about it. I was in a hallway, and the hallway went from where I was faced in a dark direction because of I felt like the fear that I was holding on to. It's like a death grip, my white knuckling it. I knew that if I wanted to continue to explore more fear, then I had carte blanche. I could, and I saw that that hallway didn't have an end. There was no end to the fear, to the pain, to the drama, to the wherever that was. And I was like, okay, that was interesting. I'm glad I looked. Now I'm curious about what's going on in the other direction. So I turned about face and I just began to chant the word God, 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 God. That was the only prayer I could muster. And like a pebble being flung out of a slingshot, it was like I went flying. And I went into the most incredible, beautiful light experience. There are no words. Any word I could use to begin to explain it it just pales in comparison. And it felt like freedom. It felt like all of a sudden all this heavy, heavy, heavy weight that I had been carrying, and like psychological, psychic, even spiritual weight was just gone. And I felt like the big word that I would use to describe how I felt when I went into the light was, it wasn't love, it wasn't beauty, it was relief. It was like, oh my God, it feels so good to have those thousands of pounds off my back.
Wow.
And then once the relief kicked in, it was like, okay, now I can play, now I can explore. Interestingly, similar to you, but not exactly the same, while I was in this light-filled place of so much beauty and so much like just pleasure on every level, I felt like I wanted to understand how this related to the dark things. So I found myself thinking back to what was down that hallway and what would be considered something dark or unpleasant or painful or even excruciating. I found myself even thinking about the Holocaust. Like, why was that? How does this relate? And from that place of light, I felt like even the Holocaust, even Manson, even the worst things that have happened on this planet seem to make sense. Not like, yay, they happened, but, oh, I get it. I get the big picture. I get where these souls went and why that had to happen. And it was all strangely okay. Like, it wasn't like the universe is out of balance, something's wrong, I need to yell at God. It was like, oh, I wish I knew this when I was on Earth. I would have been much less tormented. I would have been much more peaceful. I would have been much more loving and much more forgiving and much more, I would have had a lot more fun, basically, was my experience. So I did everything I could when I started to come back into my body to grab as much of that as I could and to bring it back in my body. And it's not easy, but I feel like I've been able to bring back like a little seashell from the ocean over there. And that's it. I don't get the whole ocean, but I have a little seashell that connects me to that vast world that was really amazing.
Yeah. It's interesting that you mentioned like the Holocaust and everything, because I don't want to say you can never forget, right? It's our job to make sure that never happens again. I think we have a responsibility that never happens, even though it's happening right now. I mean, throughout the world, you go to Syria, you go to wherever, people, children, innocent people are being slaughtered, be it in a concentration camp all at once, or be it in a town that's getting barrel bombed for whatever reason. And my thing is I've learned not to ask. And that's one thing I've never done, I think, in any of my dreams. I've never gone back to an evil point in time. I've never, and I don't think I could probably do it, but I would want to have probably medical people around me when I did it. Just to kind of, because I think, and also make sure that I have plenty of psychotherapists with me when I come out, because I think it would be traumatic. I mean, there's just some things we're not meant to see in our experience.
I think that we can we can really only perceive, like, a lot of people that have been through incredible trauma. It's like one of the reasons why one healing methodology is the use of, I don't even know what the name of the drug is because I don't use it and I haven't used it, but I know it's like the new form of ecstasy. And I know a woman that I've worked with that is, I have a lot of respect for her, and she's had some serious trauma in her life, and she's never been able to heal it. But she was able to do some of this ecstasy or whatever it was, and she got into such a state of so much bliss and so much love that from that place, a therapist she was working with brought her from that blissful place and had her then look at her rape and her trauma, and she was able to find a place of healing and forgiveness within herself because she had landed into such a place of, it was like she was buoyed, she was buffered by that much love that she had around her. And she did have a skilled therapist with her, but she did have an elevated state of consciousness. And I wouldn't suggest going into a dark place if you're already hanging out in a dark-ish place. It's like, why would you go into a dark well without a flashlight? If you don't have access to a flashlight or a really bright candle or something, then why would you want to go into a place that just might cause you to get stuck there, might cause you more trauma or more harm or add more drama to the drama? I think if you're going to go into a place like that, you want to go in with a purpose, and my purpose would be to heal it on some level, not just for the planet, but from a dream perspective. Everything and everyone is us. And I believe that that's not just true in dreams, but it's like that in our waking reality too. So it's not just healing all those other poor savages out there that suffer, but it's healing that poor savage within myself that needed to find some peace. So that's my point of view on that. That's my soapbox.
That's yours. But was the drug DMT?
Yes.
Yeah.
I knew there was a D and a T in it.
Yeah. I
forgot about the M. I wanted to say Run DMC, but I'm like, DMC, no, that's not right.
Yeah, I know that I'm not one to take drugs anymore. I did that when I was younger, and it didn't work out well for me. So, but I have heard Graham Hancock is a huge, huge fan. I know there was a special where people that were addicted to opiates, heroines and stuff, that they go to Mexico and there's a treatment center where they give them DMT, and a week later the craving is completely gone. They have zero. I mean, it's very 2020, or one of the news sites actually did followed them for a week while they went to Mexico to this clinic, and they received these massive doses of it, and it basically just they had dreams. They talked about the side effects of that is the godlike dreams that they had, and basically it scared them straight. And they, the ones that participated in the study, they had zero interest or zero dependency upon opiates anymore. So it's amazing. Yeah, I've heard a lot of people. I've listened to shows, especially Graham Hancock talk about it, that it puts you at a completely different state. It is godlike in nature.
Yeah. Well, then, with that in mind, then why would you shy away from light? Why would you, if given the opportunity to explore more of that, why would you say, no, thank you, I want more darkness?
Well, for me, like I said, it's not darkness. It just allows me to come back.
Why do you think you couldn't come back? But
I don't know. It's just I don't that little voice in my head that tells me. It's weird. Yeah, I know. It's completely, and I'm not an evil.
I
I'm
find
not
it
an evil
interesting
person.
because I haven't met anybody with that perspective, and I think there's got to be a reason for that. I mean, maybe you are the type that you're not ready to go until you feel like like you've really earned your stripes, and you want to. It's like make sure that you didn't leave any stone unturned or something.
Well, I think I think what happens is that. Especially for me, is I don't think I've done enough. But then again, I don't think that I'll be asked to go until I've done what I needed to do. And so who knows, when I'm at that point to make that decision, I have two I guess beliefs that are in conflict with each other. One that says I won't leave this earth until my job is done, and then I've got two opposing conflict, and then the other part that says that when I do leave this earth, I need to come back and do more. So I'm conflicted in that regard. Absolutely.
Yeah, let's do a little therapy here. Let's call on a dream for some guidance on this. Well, now
here we go. All right, everybody, everybody, let's give the standard HIPAA lecture and stuff, but sharing it with thousands of people.
What you have in common with a lot of people and myself, I would say every human, is that insatiability, or not just insatiability, but a sense of not enough. And I think this is one of the, to tie it back into dreams, I think it's a theme that we experience in a lot of our dreams. I think it's one of the things we're here to work out. And this is me getting super woo-woo, but I think that the spiritual aspect of us, that when we're in sync with our spirit, we know we're enough. We know we're whole. We know we're complete. There's a saying from the Bible, even though I'm not a Bible thumper, it says something along the lines of, you can't add 1 cubit to your stature. Who by giving thought could add 1 cubit to their stature? It's like you're already whole. Yeah. It's just the illusion of your ego, of your human mind, that would tell you that you are broken, that you're missing something, that you're not enough. And it's an ego trick that keeps you from actually maybe really doing what you came here to do. I mean, like, maybe you would still do the same thing, but you would do it from a place of feeling a deeper contentment, or a deeper place of being satisfied. And I don't know, I think there's like a level up to I think it's not a bad thing to feel like we're not enough, because it keeps us striving for more, and yet it's kind of bullshit.
Yeah.
You kind of are enough.
Yeah. Yeah. It's really funny you said it, because one of my other passions is sailing, and being out in the ocean. I love water, and I'll always tell people, you learn how insignificant you are when you're out in the ocean by yourself. And
right.
And so that's kind of, it's like, don't get so stuck on yourself that you're not going to change the world, and you're not going to do it. It is funny, but I'm definitely a conflicted individual. There's no doubt about it.
I think you are in good company. I think you're a genius that's in good company, and you're a conflicted human, along with all of us, at least most of the time. I think we have moments like that. My death experience, one of the reasons why it's really special to me was that was one long moment. It was about a 15-minute experience where I felt like I popped out of duality, and I got to experience what people do report feeling when they're on major, beautiful drugs, without having taken really too much. I did have a little bite of something that was in a cookie. I will admit to that, but it was like a crumb. So I don't know if that was completely responsible, but it could have been a factor for sure. But I know that that was a moment in time where I didn't feel conflicted, where I felt like all systems were moving in the same direction at the same time, and I wasn't, having one foot on the gas and one foot on the brakes and trying to figure it out and get in my own way. It was like, oh my God, I can just fly. Oh my God, I can just be at one with the universe. And it was awesome. And I realized it's possible to feel that way while on Earth if I can just remember. It's like build a bridge between that place in consciousness and where I land in this much more dense reality. I mean, this reality is pretty dense compared to the place where our spirit hangs out most of the time. It's pretty heavy. It's a miracle we can do anything.
I agree. I mean, think about when we were younger, because we're the same age. So when you're in your 20s and stuff.
I'm Mrs. Robinson.
You got me by 1 year. All right. Sandy's got me by 1 year too. She was born in '68. So,
awesome. Hi, Sandy.
But the thing is that when we were younger, that feeling of we were invincible, we could do anything. Sometimes it got us in trouble, it got us hurt, but that whole feeling of not really having a care in the world, and it's amazing. You can get that back. I find that's why dreams to me is so important, because I can go to that state, that happy, fun state in my dreams. Now, in the real world, I can't, because I got a business to run, you got payroll to make, you got, all of those, like you said, it's real dense, real heavy.
Yeah.
And you feel it on your shoulders. But for me, dreaming is my escape. And and I can go back to that good time, sitting on the car, drinking a bottle of Boone's Farm, with Sandy, as we were there in high school, listening to, whatever music. And now those are the things that's what I love about dreaming. If I could sleep, trust me, I would. I'd be a sloth my whole life. but unfortunately, we have to pay bills.
Yeah, but the game is to figure out how to bridge that gap, to do what you did when you had the dream about flying over Chicago. You took a piece of that dream and you activated it. You went into it and you made it real, and then you talked about it. You shared about it with me and all your listeners, and
That's right.
in some way you've extended the dream, and I think that's what we can do. I mean, there's a woman that I write about in my book, It's All in Your Dreams, about how this was the ultimate dream activation. She had a dream that she was floating and she was in this billowing fabric, and something told her to smile big, smile as big as you can. And that was the dream. It was just ecstatic, and she was floating. And she sent me an email and asked me what I thought it meant. And I said, I really don't care about what it means. I think it's more of a prescription. Like, how about you meditate on that feeling every day if you can for a few minutes a day? And I got an email from her 6 months later saying, I'm Diane, I'm the Smile Big Lady. Do you remember me? I said, yes, I do. She said, well, what I didn't tell you at the time that I had that dream was that my life was completely a wreck. I had nothing to smile about. I had just been diagnosed with terminal brain cancer, and my relationship just ended. It was like a mess. And that's why it was so puzzling to me that I had this dream. And she said, but what's interesting is I took your advice literally. I literally meditated on that feeling of floating and smiling big every day for a few minutes. And 6 months later, the cancer's gone. And I have a lot to smile about. And the only thing that I know that helped me with my cancer, I didn't do any chemo, I didn't do any radiation. It was just the meditation on that dream, on that feeling. And I feel like it's what healed me. So I think that we can take those dreams off the shelf and we can milk them for all they're worth, and we can become healed, or we can become more enlightened, or we can become wealthier or healthier or whatever if we really milk them. And that's definitely something that I'm on a mission to inspire people to do, especially with those really sweet dreams, those flying dreams. It's like that was a moment in time, Jeff, where you were completely like in the zone, and you can get back there every time you talk about it.
Yeah, no, it was magical. I can't describe. I wish if I could teach anything to anybody, that would be what I would want to teach. How to put yourself in that position so that you can experience it. Was you can't imagine how amazing it was to, and it was not drug induced. So those out there in the chat room, there was no drugs involved. This was just me wanting to fly through Chicago, like Superman, and I did it, and it was the most amazing. You can't describe a feeling like that, but I wish I could pass that on to others, and they can experience that piece, because it was incredible. It was just utterly incredible.
This is one thing I so love about dreams, because I feel like they can, if you think you're kind of an ordinary person, or you haven't quite gotten to the work that you're here to do or made the impact, it's like you are making a complete impact on me, on everybody that you're talking about by sharing about this dream, because we've got science would say they're mirror neurons. When we talk to somebody about an experience, it's like if we're really listening, it's like we do get somewhat on the same wavelength, and we can I could feel what you were feeling to some degree. I don't know if it's exactly the same, but it does make me feel elevated, and I would assert that everybody who's listening feels the same way.
All right, so that's the music. So we'll take a break. We'll come back. And, of course, we're going to get into the naughty dreams. I definitely got to go that way, unfortunately. No, we'll talk about that when we get back and talk with Kelly Sullivan Walden and the Dream Expert. And you're listening to the Midnight Ocean Radio Show and the podcast.
This is the Midnight Ocean with Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network. This is the Midnight Ocean with Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network.
That is right. You are listening to the Midnight Ocean Radio Show and podcast. I am your host, Jeff Norton, your captain, as they say in the chat room there on YouTube. And, you know, part of the show, I have to tell everybody, I know that a lot of listeners listen on the radio and stuff, but if you ever have an opportunity, half the show is in the chat room. You need to get over there to YouTube, or we put a new feature on our website. If you go to the midnightocean.com and scroll down there on the right-hand side, right under upcoming guests, you'll see chat. And if you click on that, yes, that links right up with our chat room, and you can join in there. If you're on a mobile device as well, we made sure it was a mobile friendly for everybody. And I know, Kelly, we had a question from one of the listeners in the chat room. Let's go ahead and address that before we get into the next topic.
Sure. We've got Terry B, who just said, she asked this question: ever fall asleep during a movie and dreamed the end of it? And I don't know if she was asking me that or if this is something that she had actually done. But I know that so many things happen, like we talked about at the beginning of the show. You fall asleep thinking about something or reading a book or watching a movie or something. It takes you into a certain realm, and your dream is 10 times more brilliant than our waking state is. So it's not uncommon that you would figure out clues to something or figure out the ending of a whodunit or that kind of a thing. It's absolutely logical. Or you might even dream up something that would have been 10 times better. Some of the best movies, in fact, best ideas have come from dreams. You know, one of the first horror movies, Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, that was dreamt by Mary Shelley. She just happened to record that dream. So this isn't answering your question exactly, Terry B, but I think that it's completely logical to assume that you could dream the ending to a movie that you hadn't actually seen with your awake eyes. But I think it's just as likely that you would dream an ending to that movie that would be even cooler, even better than what was written by somebody who wrote it from their logical mind.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think some of the greatest writers and, you know, like you said, director, you know, people that write, they write from an unconscious mind, you know, in the sense when I say that is that, you know, you look at some of the greatest movies, there's got to be a sense of trying to think of how I want to phrase this so it makes sense to our listeners, but really, you know, the things that people think of and then they put on paper, and some of the movies that have been done, that has to come from an unconscious mind or a dream mind. Exactly.
Because, whether they were actually sleeping, dreaming, or whether it came from a place where in our waking lives, we're in the beta state. Yeah. Beta mind is kind of our bada beam, bada boom, doing stuff. But when we get into alpha or theta, that's a state of consciousness. It's where our brain waves are slower and where we are tapped into more of our depth and more of what's really going on around us. And then when we really are in deep sleep, we're in delta. But we can access alpha and theta in our waking state without getting into a car accident or hurting anybody. So that's really an ideal place to be. A lot of creative people live in that place all the time. I think about some of the movies that I love that came directly out of dreams. I admitted I was a Twilight fan. Twilight Zone also, not just Twilight, but Twilight Zone. But more recently, Stephanie Meyer, the author of the Twilight series. Are you familiar with that whole series?
I have teenage daughters, so yes, I'm very familiar with that series, and you know, Jacob versus you know, all that stuff.
Edward,
right. and to be honest with you, I enjoyed the series. I enjoyed Harry Potter. I thought Harry Potter was incredible.
Potter. Hello, case in point. J.K. Rowling dreamt about Harry Potter when she was in her darkest, most dire time in her life. She was, I think, basically living in her car.
Yeah.
She would go and sit in a McDonald's because it was heated, because she was living in England at the time, and that's not a place that you want to be homeless in, or not have a warm place. So she would sit in McDonald's and write all day long about this character Harry that kept coming to her in a dream, and she kept writing and she stuck with it. And the writing, it was the first part of it. It took a long time for her to finally get her story accepted by a publisher. Everybody rejected it, by the way. Did you know that?
I did not know that.
Everyone and their mother said, "Oh, this is ridiculous. Nobody's going to be into this wizard bull, blah, blah, blah." And it was a teeny tiny publisher that first gave her the first deal. And then all of a sudden, people started catching on, and it became this phenomenon. In fact, I took my niece yesterday to Universal Studios in LA, and we were on the Harry Potter ride going through the castle. And it was really fun to see and be inside something that had been dreamed about and didn't exist in the physical realm until J.K. Rowling really honored her dream, like you did, by paying attention to the dream, and you took, you went on a walk into the places that you dreamt about, and she wrote about the places that she dreamt about, and look what it's done. And it's done this with so many people. Even James Cameron, the movie Avatar, that was so amazing. He dreamt years and years before that movie, before they began production. It was just this crazy dream that he had about this land called Pandora. And it wasn't Pandora's box, but it was clearly called Pandora. And the people were blue, and they were tall, and they lived close to the land, and they were in sync with the elements, and they spoke this language. And he wrote down the language. He wrote pages and pages of what the sounds and what their language meant. Like he was speaking in their tongue. He knew it. So when he finally, years later, when technology caught up, and he started production on the movie Avatar, everything that he needed about the land of Pandora, he drew directly out of his dream journal. And that became one of the biggest box office sellers ever, box office blockbusters, whatever it was. It was like trillions of dollars were made. It was crazy.
And he was beat out at the Academy by his ex-wife, the Hurt Locker, which...
Oh, wow.
That's the story that and it's bad, I loved Avatar. I mean, there's certain movies, and I know that there's another one in the works and everything. I'm not so excited, but I was always excited about Harry Potter. And it's weird to say, when a great fantasy like that is written and then it goes away, you're sad. It's kind of like, and I guess now there's another one. She's got another one coming out about the American version of Horowitz. So that's going to be interesting. I can't wait.
I saw a book. It was something like 18 years later or something. So it's supposed to be them grown up. I don't know.
Well, them grown up with kids. Well, at the end of the movie, they show them with kids, and they're sending their kids off to Horowitz. And
okay,
and stuff.
I didn't see that.
But yeah, there's supposed to be an American version now that's coming out, and so I can't wait. But yeah, even the Twilight, and you could tell. I mean, it was entertaining. It was definitely entertaining. We lack that these days, especially in the movie. I had Manu was on the show, and he's got this new project called The Circuit that is coming out. I don't know if you know who Manu is. He was EJ in Star Trek, and he was in a couple the Renegades and a couple of the Star Trek Renegades, and so he's got a new production coming out, or it's kind of like Project Greenlight but for sci-fi. But the other part of it is it's got to be tied in with the whole Trekkie expo fan experience kind of thing. So he was on the show last week, and yeah, I'm really looking forward to that, because I think a lot of movies now are just, how much money can we make off of merchandising? And it's not, we no longer have the fan. J.K. Rowling never sat around and said, well, Universal Studios is going to build a huge theme park for this movie, and thus I got to make it good. She just made a great movie, and the other part. And I think a lot of movies now are more based upon the merchandising. Right. How much can we merchandise it? And if we can merchandise it, then we'll make the movie. And,
that's true. But that's also at the same time, there's so many independent filmmakers that have zero budget, but that because of technology, they're able to say, forget the studios. Let me just grab my friends, grab a few cameras, a few phone cameras, and make whatever we want. So at the same time, there's so much that's ripe for people that have creativity and don't want to take no for an answer and want to just find their own way. There's so much that we can do. We don't have to wait for anyone to give us a green light necessarily. We can create our own green light.
We can. Absolutely. I mean, think about it. I would never think that I would be talking to thousands of people on a video stream. The technology. No, I mean, the technology is phenomenal. It's how we use it that's important. But yeah, for those that don't know or haven't listened to Manu's show, very entertaining guy. Had some great experiences. Just funny as all get out. And but he's got the project. It's called the circuitfilm.com. The Circuit Film, or you can just go to Facebook and type in the Circuit. And he's got if you're familiar with Star Trek, he's got some of the old characters on. He's got Quark, the actor that plays Quark, is on, and they put these little vignettes out there, and they're hilarious. It's funny, all funny as get out. But like I said, you can see the creativity there. But we're not here to talk about movies. We're here to talk about dreams. All right. So your number one book, and I'm just gonna, you wrote it. So I'm going to start asking about that. Love, sex, and relationships and dreams. I mean, obviously, I think all of us, any adult, has those, what my grandmother would say, naughty dreams. I mean,
that would have been a good title for the book. I like that.
Naughty dreams. What purpose other than the obvious do those types of dreams serve? I mean, are they intentional in nature, or are they exactly what they are? I mean, do we not need to add anything to it?
Wouldn't that be funny if you opened up my love, sex, and relationship dream dictionary and all the pages were blank? Like, duh, why do you need this?
Yeah.
No, I mean, I think every single dream is multifaceted, and there's not just one aspect to any dream. And there's the literal part of a dream. Like, I was really, if you have a sexual dream and it's about somebody that you genuinely lust for, then that's literally maybe you having a wish fulfillment experience and maybe getting some of that out of your system or having that fantasy. So certainly that could be part of it. But the other side of it is that most people have, if they remember a sexual dream, they're usually not so literal. They usually are a little bit strange. It's usually somebody that you wouldn't necessarily find yourself attracted to in waking life, or somebody that you don't know, or that is taboo in some way. And if every dream is, I believe that dreams speak the language of symbol, and the language of symbol is really the way our soul speaks to us. So we need to look at it symbolically. Sex is the ultimate symbol for joining, connecting. There's no symbol greater than sex to represent being connected with one another. And I always say that everybody in our dreams is an aspect of ourselves. Carl Jung, the late great father of psychotherapy, this is what he taught. And so if we're having sex in a relationship with a particular person, you got to ask yourself, what are the three qualities that this person represents? Are they tall, dark, handsome? Are they crazy? Are they funny? Are they successful? Are they a philanthropist? Are they a bad person? Are they young, old, whatever, male, female? And recognize that might be an aspect of yourself that you're deeply connecting with. Maybe you've been disconnected from that part of yourself, and it might serve you in your life to connect with this part. So if you have a specific dream, I'd be happy to offer my interpretation of it to make it closer to home.
Well, Actually, I don't have. It's funny that you say that. I have more flying dreams, and I can't remember. I'm not gonna go that with you with 1,000 people listening.
So here's like a really disturbed sounding dream that ends up different than you would imagine.
Sure.
So I think your listeners can handle, because you bring up things that are definitely slightly edgy. Here's a dream that might make you a little nauseous, but and then I'll give you one that'll make you really excited later. So there's a guy that I talked to that knew I was writing this book, and he came up to me and he's like, all right, so you're saying that that sexual dreams are not necessarily like real, like they're not about something in real life that you would ever do or that you want to ever have happen. And I said, absolutely, it's symbolic. Look at the person like they're a symbol, and sex is a metaphor for joining. So you're connecting with that person. And he's like, oh my God, you just saved my life. He said, I have been so freaked out about this dream. I haven't told anybody about this, and I'm not going to say who this person was. This is a really good-looking young guy who's, heterosexual and great, and who doesn't have any family incest in real life. Mm-hmm. But he had a sexual dream about his grandmother, and he was so freaked out about this. And I said, and there was nothing in waking reality where your grandmother was ever inappropriate with you? He said, absolutely not. My grandmother, if I was to describe her in 3 words, it would just be unconditionally loving, and she just always sees the best in me, and she's just the kindest person you would ever meet. I said, so why would I have such a dream about her? I said, well, what's been going on in your life where you might need to connect deeply with the part of you that is unconditionally loving, that sees the best in you, and that is so kind. And then he was like, oh, okay. He said, I've been going through a really rough time in my job and my relationship, and I've really been beating myself up. I've been totally kicking my own ass. And so in some way he was like, wait, so my subconscious mind is telling me to be more like loving to myself, like the way my grandmother would be. And he was like, wow, that actually makes me feel better about myself. I don't feel like I'm insane or like there's something wrong with me. And I'm like, okay, that's the whole point. A lot of people take their dreams way too literally and make themselves feel really bad about themselves when really our dreams are mostly symbolic. So are you thoroughly disgusted? Are you with me, Jeff?
I'm with you. I'm with you.
Okay.
We haven't, I haven't, YouTube hasn't kicked down any censors or filters, so we're good.
Okay. Yeah, it's all, it's all fun and games and dreams. A lot of people dream about their exes, and they feel really guilty in the morning if they do, or your partner will dream that you were off running around with somebody and they wake up and they're pissed off at you, and you're like, wait a minute, that was your dream. Where are you cheating on you? So you got to look at the words that the person uses. If they say, you were cheating on me, it's like, what part of me do I symbolize to you? So if it's, like my husband had a dream where I was cheating on him, and I said, okay, I'm the feminine aspect of you. So where are you cheating yourself out on your own feminine energy, or where are you not paying attention to you, or where are you not honoring yourself, and where is that showing up? Because it's not literal. It's not, I'm faithful. I haven't cheated. So if you're dreaming that somebody's cheating on you, you have to ask yourself, where am I cheating on me? And this dream is showing me that. Although every once in a while, and this has happened to me a long time ago, I was dating a guy, living with a guy, and he was on the road playing music, and I was having dreams that he was with this woman, and I could see her as clear as day in my dreams. And he turns out, sure enough, he had been cheating on me. And I basically exactly described who she was, and I busted him. And I could tell by the look on his face, because he was like, did you see? What? I'm like, oh, you are busted. Yeah. So that does happen every once in a while, where we do see things. You have to do the reality check on every dream to see, could this have happened? Might this have happened? But if it doesn't check out, then you have to just look at it like it's symbolic. and really dreams ultimately are a hall pass, because everybody is an aspect of you. You can't get in trouble. You're just exploring the vast aspect of you, and sex is a symbol of you joining with those aspects of you. So no harm done. You can keep your monogamous relationship and be completely wild, and no one gets hurt.
Yeah. It's funny because I think, how do I say this? Well, I can tell you that, yeah, I'd never had that issue when now, like my naughty dreams.
You're blushing.
No, I am blushing. I am absolutely, because my naughty dreams are always the naked dreams, and those aren't naughty. I mean, everybody has naughty dreams. I mean, let's face it. I'm not going to sit here and lie to you, and stuff. But mine are. I think mine are more towards the lustful side. Unfortunately, I'll just be honest with you.
Sure, no, that's totally healthy. In fact, there's an app that I use, Dreams Cloud, and they receive thousands and thousands of dreams from around the world, and they said that the most commonly remembered dream is a sexual dream. So it means that you're a healthy, red-blooded human.
I'm a guy.
So
I'm
good
a man.
for you. Yeah, and it's good for you. Not to mention the health benefits. It makes you're a better version of yourself if you've had a sexual dream. So there's no shame in any of that. As long as you don't just save it all for your dreams. You make sure that you have some of that in real life too.
Well, I mean, look, if you saw Sandy, she's a beautiful woman. Everybody, it's funny because when people see me and her together, they kind of like do the double take, because she is, and I know that. And the thing, I mean, we're at a relationship that we joke about all the time, where I'll sit there and say, a guy, we live in Florida, and so you get a lot of guys who like to show it off, and I'm always joking around with her. I'm like, ooh, look at that dude, and stuff, and just messing with her. She does the same thing to me. She's like, we'll go to Daytona or whatever, and she's like, look at that surfer chick. And then when I look, she's like, "Stop looking."
Sounds like a beautiful relationship. Wow! In the chat room, we just got a really interesting question.
Yeah, from Clovis.
From Clovis. Yep. Clovis, real talk.
Yeah, real talk. Real TS talk. Yeah, Clovis. Okay. Just call her Clovis. I know Clovis, so just call her Clovis.
Clovis. So it's a she. I was dreaming I was running through a wooded area in the brush, and the brush was cutting my legs and feet. I was barefoot, and I kept looking behind me as I'm running. Ooh, Clovis, wow. Shall I just dive in? Do we have time for me to do a little?
We have two. You know what? I own the station, so I'll just you can do whatever you want. Let's go ahead and do it, and we'll just skip the break if that's okay with you.
I can go until 9. I mean, 9 my time. That's midnight. The Cinderella pumpkin time for you guys.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, let's go. Then
I'll just say the first things that come to my mind. Running dreams are, to me, from the perspective that everyone and everything in our dreams is an aspect of ourselves. Often what we're running from is a part of our own power, our shadow, something about ourselves that we don't want to face. And the good news about those dreams is once we've faced whatever that scary thing is, we often find ourselves to be more powerful and stronger. But the process of it, we always think that we're running from something that's going to hurt us or that's going to kill us. And so we'd rather experience the pain of running away and cutting ourselves, having our legs and feet cut off or cut at. Our legs and feet symbolize mobility and our ability to stand up for ourselves, be grounded. It's almost like I'm feeling like there's a sacrifice. I'm willing to hurt myself in these smaller ways because I'm afraid if I stop and let whatever is chasing me. She doesn't say that she's being chased. I'm just inferring that. She just says that she's running through a wooded area. I'm imagining she's being chased. It's scarier than facing whatever is there, what's ever causing her to run. So I would ask her, what is she running from? And the fact that she's barefoot, no shoes. So that's vulnerable, especially in a place where it's not conducive for running. I mean, so she says this twice about the feet and the legs being cut and then being barefoot. So to me, this is like being in a place of vulnerability and being hurt. Sometimes cuts can be cutting remarks that people make, people that aren't necessarily kind, or putting yourself in harm's way, and looking behind as I'm running. So there's definitely some kind of avoiding of some perceived deeper pain and willing to endure a lesser pain. But to me, these are really powerful dreams that can be initiation dreams. Because just like Jeff, you and I talked about this at the beginning of the show about Sandy, about how she says, I can't go back in and chase that bear. But yes, you can. In your waking state, if you remember the dream, then you can meditate on how that dream occurred and what you would do inside the dream if you could become powerful. Like, for example, if it were my dream, I would imagine that I could stop time and that I would get some shoes on. I would get some big old boots or something. And then I would put a bubble of protection around me somehow, or I would bring in an archangel, or I would bring in a grizzly bear that was my ally. And then I would turn and I'd be curious and I'd start moving toward whoever or whatever I was running from. And I would ask it directly, what gift do you have for me? Or what are you trying to show me? And then I would want to receive whatever that gift is. And then I might not, and then I might just watch myself heal up and no longer run. I'd be empowered and watch everything kind of come to me that I want and fall away if it's not a good energy. So something like that. So Clovis, I wish that you could be live and talk to us so I could hear what this is bringing up for you. But I appreciate you sharing something like this, because I think a lot of people, actually, besides sexual dreams, the other most commonly remembered dream is a dream of running away from something. And because most of us, I think if we get super spiritual about it, we're running from our own power because we don't want to admit how beautiful and powerful we are. Like that Marianne Williamson quote, our deepest fear is not that we're inadequate, it's that we're powerful beyond measure, but we just don't know what to do with that power yet. But we're on the verge of figuring it out.
Wow. And it's really funny because I know Clovis well enough to know that I'm not going to speak for Clovis, but what I know of her and everything, I think you pretty much hit it right on the nail. I mean, because she does a highly, highly political talk show, and she's always got people attacking her and attacking her beliefs, and so that's the nature of this business. I mean, even as mundane as our show is, you're always going to have the knucklehead that comes out and attacks us for it. So it trolls, right?
Yeah, you're doing something right if that happens.
That's right. That's what I tell people. If you're upsetting them, especially in that business, that's your goal. You got to kick over the apple cart. And I actually had a dream where I did that. I ran through a medieval town, and basically every shop I was tearing up, just having a good time. Like a kid running through, knocking stuff over. The classic the classic scene. Now I know you're limited on time, but please, if you can give me just a couple more minutes.
Sure.
I alluded the naked dream. I don't care who you are. Everybody's had this dream. What does it mean?
I think there's not one answer, but if there was one answer, this is what I think it is. It's about being exposed or being afraid of being exposed. I think the ultimate goal, if our dreams were helping us to become more psychologically balanced and empowered, then our dreams are and we want to get to the place where when we're naked in a dream or even in real life, we're afraid of nothing. We're like, hey, whatever, it's my body, it's my life, it's my journal, it's my diary. It's like I want to live out loud. But I think until we get to that point, there's some things that we might be ashamed of, or we might be afraid if people were to find out about us. If they really knew that we didn't always have it together, or we weren't always prepared for whatever. I think it's often about being prepared, being caught off guard. It's like getting caught with your pants down, kind of a thing. Like, oh my God, how shameful. But I think it's also feeling revealed. Like sometimes I think a lot of people that are on air, a lot of people that do radio or television, they have naked dreams a lot because you live out loud. You don't have a chance to edit yourself. And sometimes you might say something that you might not be ready to have said. You might not have caught up with, like, your ego is not quite integrated into something that you put out there. So I think the naked dreams are saying, there's a little bit of a disconnect between what's out there and how you feel inside.
Yeah, you do a lot of exposure. Just being on the web or doing shows and stuff. You probably know. You got it's an army of people who dig up your past and try to throw that at you and say this or that or it takes a certain amount of thick skin and kahuna to do this, and yeah, you do feel exposed. Sure. Yeah, there's times where, and I guess the way I address that is, ask me, I'll tell you, I'm not bashful. I'll tell you my dirty little secrets. Because I'd rather have them come from me than someone else. At least I'll get them right and tell you the truth, where someone else will distort them and everything. So that's interesting. That's interesting. So I know you have a hard stop, and I do appreciate you spending time. If you could spend more time with us, I would appreciate it. But I do understand.
I'll come back. And we'll pick up where we left off. We'll pick up at Naked Dreams.
At the Naked Dreams, there you go. Well, I have
good place.
I have another one, but I will wait. I promise I will wait until we talk again.
Awesome.
For the one dream, and one thing I am going to do is the dream journal. I've never done that, and
yeah,
I see that you have one there, and I'll get it from the Amazon, the journal. I'll be walking around. Now, is that journal that you have on Amazon, is it that actual cover?
I don't know. I have a journal, but it's mostly one for women. It's called the Goddess Queen Pearls
Okay,
of
that's
Wisdom.
what I was going to ask. All right, so do you not have a guy journal?
I can't really see you with that one, but you could get the books, though. You should get.
I'm
the
going to get the
Strangest
books.
Dream.
Oh, yeah.
And the Love, Sex, Relationship Dream Dictionary.
I'm getting
and
them.
Chicken Soup.
I'm getting
Soup
chicken
for the soul.
soup. Yeah, I'm getting chicken. I'm getting them all.
Dreams and Premonitions.
I'm
going to check
them all.
up with you on that.
Yeah, I'm gonna get them all. But yeah, you got to do a guy's one, except the golf. I hate golf.
Yeah, I can't see you doing that.
I'm not a.
I'll do a journal for guys. I promise. It'll be for both. It'll be specifically a dream journal.
Call it
not
the
just a journal.
Dude Dream Journal.
I will. Thanks for prompting that. I will. I'll dedicate it to you.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. And
my pleasure. My pleasure.
But Kelly, I thoroughly enjoyed. I just knew it, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. And I am so sad that this conversation's over with, because it's few and far between. I mean, we get a lot of guests, and I love all my guests, but when you connect, like we've done, and everything, I appreciate. It's weird. I'm able to comfortably talk to you. And I knew that was going to happen. The minute I heard your voice, I said, this is someone that I can just sit down and have a conversation with.
Absolutely. Well, we'll continue this in the dream space, and we can continue at any time. We'll pick right back up with Naked Dreams.
All right. And then also, before you leave, if anybody wants to get a hold of you, besides the books, they can get those from our website, themidnightocean.com. If anybody needs to get a hold of you or wants to get a hold of you, do they go to your website or?
Yep. KellySullivanWalden.com. And if that's too hard to spell, they can just go to IHadTheStrangestDream.com. And they can sign up to get a free dream declaration meditation from me on the upper right side. And they can also find out about Dream Life Coach training there. And all my books are there and all kinds of good stuff.
Facebook, all that stuff.
Oh, yeah. Facebook, by the way, is Kelly Sullivan Walden Dr. Dream, DOCTOR, spelled all the way out. And Twitter is Kelly S. Walden. And that's also the same for Instagram, Kelly S. Walden.
We'll get all those. I've got your bio that was sent to me. I will. Do I have your permission to put all those links up on the page?
Oh my God. That'd be awesome.
Okay, I'll do
Please
that.
do.
We'll definitely get all those links posted and stuff so people can because it is early in the morning. And the other thing too is that we'll have a lot of people that will be listening tomorrow. That's downloading and stuff. So we'll have those
So cool.
listed on the page. So Kelly, like I said, I hate to see you go. It's kind of like you're the life of the dinner party. I don't know what I'm going to do for the next 2 hours, but it's all right as I put your coat on and walk you out to your car and stuff. But thank you very much. I thoroughly enjoyed it. I know our listeners did, and the ones that will be listening will enjoy that as well. But
The feeling is very, very mutual. Thank you so much for having me. Thank you, Jeff.
Take care of yourself now.
All right. Sweet dreams, everybody.
Yep. Sweet.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
So there you go. Kelly Sullivan Walden joining us, talking about dreams. Man, I wish we could speak, but she did have a hard stop, and a person, she is of high demand out there on the East Coast, as you guys can imagine. So what I want to do, what we probably should do, is, because I completely blew the clock up here, and that's okay. That's the nice thing about having this show, is that we can do that every once in a while. So what I'll do is, let's take a little bit of break, and then we will come back with open Skype lines. Not open phone lines, but open Skype lines. So all of you people that are out there listening, if you don't have Skype installed on your computer or on your phone, it's very easy to do. Go out there and install Skype. We're playing with Skype to see if it is. We definitely love the audio quality of the Skype, so we are playing with it. So we'll see how it does this week. I'm giving it a shot, and if it works out, then we'll make the investment. I've already talked to my buddies over at Microsoft to set up a Skype hybrid like system, but I want to see if it is viable. So we're going to take a quick, we'll take about a 6-minute break, and then when we get back from the break, I will post the Skype line up for you so you can call in, and it will be open lines. You guys can talk about whatever you want to talk about. right, we are back on the air. This is the Midnight Ocean Radio Show and podcast. I'm your host, Jeff Norton. Join us on the web at www.themidnightocean.com, or you can do it exactly what you're doing right now if you're listening live, listening to us on YouTube, listening to us on SoundCloud or MixIR. We're going to be adding another service, Spreaker, later this week, so you can take us live with Spreaker. You can also listen to us. A lot of people don't know that we do have a Shoutcast and Icecast feed as well, and we'll get those out there for you. But we're here every weeknight from 10 p.m. till 2 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. So with that, we are open lines, and so we are using our new Skype system. So it's listener.the-midnight-ocean. That's listener.the-midnight-ocean. So make sure you send us a friend request through the Skype system. We will promptly approve it, and then you can call in, and we'd love to hear from you. So, yeah, I think we're going to dig this Skype stuff. But until someone calls in, you're going to hear me ramble. That's right. I'm going to ramble. Let me do some self-promotion here. If you are watching us on YouTube, please, if you have not done so, subscribe to us. We are so close to getting that magic 100 number. That magic 100, it sounds like a radio station, right? Magic 100. No, the magic 100 number is important because what it allows us to do is actually brand our site. Because if we don't brand our site, we have to put crazy URLs out there and long URLs where if we're able to brand it, we can be known as YouTube/The Midnight Ocean. And it's very important. And on the line, we have my good friend, Jeff Hayes. Hey, Jeff, how are you, man?
Hey, what's up, Jeff? How's it going, bro?
It's going. I'm digging this YouTube. I mean, not the YouTube, the Skype. I really am. The audio quality on this is just incredible.
Oh, it's impeccable compared to even a landline for sure. I like to do most of my interviews on Skype audio, preferably.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny because I'm working with Microsoft right now. Yes, I do know people at Microsoft. And we are putting together a hybrid, like a phone system that we use in the radio station for Skype. And that will be coming out here in the next couple of weeks where it will just be 100% Skype calls. And
sweet.
Yeah, it's free. I don't know why anybody wouldn't want to download it. And the audio quality is just, like I said, so much better. So, man, we haven't talked in a while. It's been a week or so, right?
Yeah, at least I was gone all last week, so just kind of, or was that a couple weeks ago? It's all, I don't know, it's all a blur, but that was quite an interesting interview. I'm so sorry to see her go, man.
Yeah, she, she's pretty popular. She has some hard stops, some other commitments and stuff, but yeah, she does Dr. Oz, Fox News. I mean, she's on a lot of different shows and stuff, and I'm just honored to have her even consider coming on this show, and it's interesting stuff. I mean, I know a lot of people are like, well, what does dreams have to do with paranormal? And it's, to me, I think they go hand in hand.
Especially if you dream about alien invasion or something like I do sometimes, it scares the living bejesus out of me.
Dude, we did Planet X last night, and I don't know if you caught any of that, but when I went to bed, when I went to bed, my dream, this is crazy. My dream started out where I was in my bed, and these aliens came and said, "Look, we want to show you something." So I got in the spaceship, and I flew, went through the portal and went to Planet X, and flew around it, and they were like, "It does exist, and it's, get ready because things are changing." And then I flew, I didn't land. I didn't get to land and meet anybody, But then I flew back, and by that time I woke up, the alarm was going off, and I was waking up. So, well, actually, the alarm in my house is my dogs barking, and
there you go.
they woke me up. So I hope I didn't crash the spaceship on landing, because I don't know. I just woke up. I was still in the ship, but.
Have
Yeah,
you had
cool
so I have
stuff.
like I have a radio alarm, so the radio goes off, but sometimes I won't wake up and I'll hear the music and it'll become part of the dream. Have you ever had that?
I have in high school all the time, man. All the time when I was in high school, and I'd have to get up and go to catch the bus or whatever. I'd hear the radio going, and it was like my dream. And then of course then I was getting yelled at. I got woken up because I was getting yelled at because I missed the bus or whatever. So yeah, had that same thing. So, oh Lord, and stuff. So tell me about your trip. I know that we were talking about it last week, and everything. You didn't see any paranormal, nothing?
No. I was hoping you guys were talking about DMT earlier. I got one buddy who kind of can get stuff whatever off the black market, but he said he was gonna try to get synthetic DMT a couple years ago. Well, it never panned out, but I would.
I'm just telling you. I mean, I've watched and I listened to Graham Hancock. If you want to do DMT, and I'm all for if that's what you want to do. Right, I'm a libertarian, so I don't care about the, if that's what you want to do. I would go. Yeah. There's a clinic. You need to look them up. There's reputable clinics in Mexico that you can go to, and they're perfectly legal. They're not underground. They're not illegal, and they're reputable, and you can go there. I would recommend doing that route if you want to experiment with DMT. That is what I would do.
If you do that, might as well go to Peru and get the real stuff, right?
You can go to Peru, absolutely. Well, the stuff in Mexico is not synthetic, because I know there's a lot of heroin. There's a lot of heroin addicts that go there, that go to Mexico City and get their treatment there and stuff. I don't know if there's a requirement that you have to be a heroin addict before. But it's not something that I would mess around with, because Graham, it's very powerful, and Graham talks about it and how it does definitely put you in a godlike state, and it's intense. But I think just for safety reasons and stuff, I would have to have medical personnel close to me. Well,
that's not a good place to trip out, though, is in some doctor's office.
Yeah.
You want to be on the mountain or something, don't you?
I don't know. I'm a little. Well, because I had a bad experience with LSD. Like I said, I talked to the devil. He sat there and talked to me straight, one-on-one. We had a conversation. I wish I had this podcast, because we would have had an interview. I would have got that sucker on the podcast. And everything, but so that's my concern. I'm not into psychogenetic drugs like that. I just don't. My mind's pretty screwed up.
I don't take acid.
Yeah.
I think I dropped probably 20 or 30 times in high school and in my 20s. I'd be in the 90s, but I would never ever take acid ever again.
Yeah. I did it. I did it a couple times, and then the last time, like I said, I literally was sitting on my bed and had the devil come and tell me that he owned my soul, and that was enough to say no more. I'm never gonna have this conversation again. So
I remember sitting there going, when I was peaking, I was sitting there going, I bet if I thought hard enough, I could stop my heart right now, and that's when I was like, that's probably not a good idea.
It's not a good idea, exactly.
On acid, because you could probably do it.
Well, I broke the first cardinal sin. My buddy told me, he said, don't ever look in a mirror when you're on acid.
Oh, God, no.
And I did. And that's when I had the bad trip. That's when it all started. That's when they put me upstairs in the room by myself. And I was sitting there going, guys, I don't want to be by myself. I want someone. And they weren't done partying. Good friends, right? Good drug friends. Lock you in a room by yourself, as you're tripping balls.
Your imagination.
Yeah. Thanks, guys. I appreciate it. Thanks for putting me in a dark room. At least, could you not put a straitjacket on me?
Exactly.
So,
yeah. Well, those are the days, man. At least we can laugh about it now, right?
Lucky to be alive, man. I mean, we think about it and all the crap that it and this is really, really bizarre. I've always said that if I have some, not disease, but if I die, if I have cancer or anything like that, I can't complain, because you can't put as many chemicals as I put in my body and not expect some altered DNA somewhere or
Totally.
something,
Yep.
So I'm not going to complain. I'm just going to say, okay, this is what you get for doing all the things you did and everything. So
Yeah, exactly. Oop, that was my cuckoo clock.
oh, that's fine. I heard something. We're cued for music, but I'm killing all the bumpers right now. The first 2 hours we get picked up, and then the second 2 hours are mine. So we're good.
Yeah. So when are you having Kelly back on? I want to hear about what she was getting ready to talk about. Sexy dreams or something that she had to cut out, but she said she's gonna be back. You got.
Well, we had sexy. What happened? We talked about sexy dreams.
Or she said, I thought she was gonna get into some real hot, heavy
she got
stuff,
into the one. She got into the one, and then she couldn't do the other one, the erotic one.
That's the one.
I'll get her on. We'll get her on. In another month
Nice.
or so. I got to look at our calendar. It's getting pretty thin, so she might be on sooner than later. I got to start reaching out to some of these guests and everything. But
yeah, you get some good guests on here, man.
Yeah. I'd like to say it's because of me, but no. Like I said, I think God has kind of directed us here.
Yeah, you get some good stuff, man. That Star Trek guy, I can't remember his name, but Sherry in the chat room, she's losing her mind. She knew who he was and everything.
Oh yeah, Mono. He's got a follow. Well, I mean, he's a Trekkie, and he's got a pretty good following out there. It's and I have to reach out to him. We had the hurricane that hit us, so I haven't reached out to him and stuff. But he's gonna work on getting some other get some other actors and stuff on the show as well.
Nice, and it sounded like he was kind of awake because he was talking about Bohemian Grove and some other stuff.
He is definitely. We've had some conversations, and I don't want to, put, because it is career affecting.
Yep.
But some of the things that we've talked about, and we touched on it just very lightly about the pedophilia that goes on, and everything in Hollywood and all of that. He said, he's heard about it, and then of course some of the the rumors about, if you want to be famous you have to give us a sacrifice, and there's several stars who have been rumored to have done that, who have killed family members, and I'm just saying, you can Google it.
Yeah, never know, man.
He kind of alluded to it, and that's a freaky world. I mean, look, when I was in high school, I was in drama, and I can tell you, and when I was in college, I took some drama classes. So people that are in that industry they're fringe to begin with. They're very fringe. You'd be surprised. You look at them and you think that they're not all Donald Trumps and stuff. These are people, very conservative. No, these are very liberal, very, esoteric kind of belief structure. And it's a shame that they have other beliefs because I think a lot of truth would come out if more of them ran the world. But I think a lot more truths would come out. So it is what it is, as I always say, and stuff. But, so how are things going there with you, Jeff? I heard you guys started up a network. Let's talk about that. What's going on there?
We're kind of rebuilding the the network that we started a while ago, and it kind of fell apart, and then yeah, I don't know what's going to become, but we're Eric's kind of heading that one up.
Yeah.
So just I kind of stay out of most of that stuff. If they got a show, if the show I'm on, the Spitfire and the Sentinel show comes on, then obviously I'm going to be on that show. Otherwise, I try to pop on the other people's show and stuff. But for sure, my main focus is doing the author thing, work on this third book, and just try to keep that humming along. So
how's that going for you?
It's going pretty good. It's just kind of slow and steady. I work on it when I can. I don't have a ton of time right now, but you just keep plugging away at it. And if you just keep working on it, even if it's just a little bit a day, as long as you keep progressing it forward, it will get done sooner or later.
Yeah.
So I just got to keep at it.
Yeah, you got to keep chipping away at it, and that's one thing too. How do I say? It's crazy because we actually are working with a syndicator now, and the problem that's frustrating, and they say the same thing. They can't believe our numbers aren't where they're at. In other words, they're like, we don't understand why you don't have more listeners than what you have, and we'll get a solid about 200 a show, and it seems like we plateaued, and the syndicator's like, well, it's one of those questions that should we syndicate you now because you'll gain listeners, the first radio station you hit, or do we need to wait until you get 2,000 to 4,000 listeners a show, and then so it's kind of, we're going back and forth on that. And
I think part of the problem nowadays is anybody with a computer and a camera and a microphone can get on and be a broadcaster. So there's definitely more competition than just even 2 or 3 or 4 years ago. So it's you got a good show, you got a good character, good presentation, you got a good voice. So there's no doubt you're gonna get it going. Just take a little time, but just keep.
You gotta stay with
it.
It's like anything else. Look, a month ago when you typed in the Midnight Ocean in Google, we were nowhere. Now you type in the Midnight Ocean, we're the first and second page.
Nice.
So it's we're getting there. And it's just one of those things where you just got to keep chipping away. You got to keep. I'm going to tell you a secret, and you can write this down. We'll revisit this in 10 years, but when I started this, the little voice in my head that was put there said, "Look, it's a 10-year program. You're on a 10-year program. You're going to be doing this for 10 years, and then you'll be, where you should be." And I'm down with that. I'm good with that.
Well, you're kind of starting over because you had the Midnight Patriot and you had a good following with that, so it's kind of just like almost starting over again.
Yeah. And, and that's the thing. I had a lot of offers already. If I come back and do the Midnight Patriot, I can be on several networks I can be on the radio. I just don't. I can't do it. I physically, mentally can't do it. My belief systems, and everybody else that knows me knows my belief system. The problem is that talking the same topics in and out every day, it's too draining on me. Hats off to you guys, and especially if you're doing it 4 hours a day every day, it's it's a little bit different than doing a 1 week show.
Yep.
But what's scary is there's plenty to talk about. I would have no problem talking for 4 hours about the New World Order every day.
Oh yeah.
Because they give me the material.
Plus you got more. If you kind of branch out besides just the politics into the supernatural, there's no end of characters you could bring on the show and blow people's minds with.
Oh yeah, it's crazy. Hey, let's switch up. Have you been watching what's going on in North Dakota?
Yeah, I saw a little bit of that video from a couple days ago. I don't know why. I don't know how it is those people that are holding those dogs haven't been arrested for assault.
Yes. That's what that's my part, is that you got the sheriff sitting there. These are not law enforcement people that are doing. These are private mercenaries that are hired by the pipeline company, and they're allowing these people to use these animals to attack people. I'm sorry, I love dogs, but I'll freaking lay one over in a heartbeat.
Oh yeah, some of those are pretty wicked looking dogs. I'd be
Yeah.
passing out bear spray to the Native American. I'd be passing like 100 cans of bear spray out and say, "Okay, they got dogs. You got bear spray. Let's bring it."
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, well, yeah, I guess you're probably a little bit more level-headed than me because I'd just shoot them. I'm sorry.
Oh
because,
yeah, no man.
because they use them as a weapon.
If you were out there, I was out there, and one of those dogs went after my kid, man.
I would drop it. I'm surprised that they
dog in 2 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised. I mean, I want to track who owns, and I don't know. Maybe we need to get Eric on, or maybe Clovis or someone. But I want someone because I want to track who actually owns that pipeline. I'm telling you, it goes back to a Harry Reid or someone. It probably goes back to the Clinton Foundation.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on because the North Dakota, that's where they got is that the tar sands they're
Yep.
working on up there?
Yep, they have the power sands. They have, but yeah, this is a pipeline that's supposedly going from North Dakota to Illinois. It's going to supply gas to Illinois.
Huh.
But I'm wondering who actually, because whenever you have a land grab like this and you have BLM and everything involved with it, it stinks of high. There's some politician that's behind it.
Grease the skids. Oh yeah, for sure.
And I'm just curious who we need to get our researchers out there and figure out who's doing that because that was the only thing that stopped the BLM. The whole deal there with the Bundy Ranch is that once it came out that Harry Reid and his son were involved with the solar deal, and that land was going to be turned into actually was going to be a free trade zone. Once that was threatened and everything, that's when the BLM, that's when they backed off because the truth came out, right?
Yeah,
and I think that's what we need to do here.
The Clinton Foundation was involved in Oregon selling uranium rights to the
uranium
Russians for donations to the Clinton Foundation. So, man, Clinton is just, I don't know, man.
It's scary
I don't
stuff.
know how they can back her up.
It's concerning. I should definitely say. Well, like I said, and I made this perfectly clear. I'm going to vote for a slug before I vote for Hillary Clinton.
Yeah.
So that pretty much tells you who I'm voting. And everything.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm a little. I know that Donald Trump does not get a fair shake, especially on CNN. I watch every
the news network.
Yeah, I do. I watch CNN, and just because that's the only one that I get, as far as news. I don't get MSNBC and I don't get Fox anymore, and so the thing is we get Fox local. I don't get the Fox, all the time. But the thing I've noticed about their coverage is that if it's not derogatory in nature to begin with, they always end up with a derogatory statement, or they always, so they can, like when he was at the church, and he was there, dancing and praying with the black community there in Detroit.
Yep.
They came back, and when it came time to the preacher giving him accolades, saying thank you for coming and thank you, and all, they cut away. They completely cut that part out. The other thing too is then they started to criticize him about the fact that he was reading from a script, and I don't know, I get so frustrated, and it like the other day. This is awesome. They were talking about apparently a volunteer that worked for his campaign. You might know more about this than me, but a volunteer that worked for his campaign. A volunteer. He's not an employee. He's a volunteer who worked for the campaign. Lied about his background, and so CNN was going crazy about this volunteer. And it's funny because they had his attorney on there, Trump's attorney, and he said, I find it funny that you're going to sit here and talk about some volunteer who doesn't work for the campaign, he's not an employee, he's a volunteer who lied about his background, but yet you won't say anything about Hillary Clinton lying to the American people for the past 20-something years.
Yeah, exactly.
And then they got offensive. CNN got offensive. Well, you knew what the topic of the conversation was, and he goes, yeah, but it doesn't. They got mad because he kind of blew script, is what it was.
Yeah.
He blew the script, which I think is awesome. I'm glad to see them actually turn the tables, and the announcer he was frustrated because the attorney blew the script, and they couldn't knock him off TV. I was actually waiting for him to go to a commercial.
Just cut right to commercial.
Yeah.
Hillary is the establishment pick to be president.
Oh yeah.
I think, but man, her health is. I just posted a video someone sent me up on my Facebook wall where they show a close up of Hillary's mouth, the back of her tongue. There's a hole in her tongue where they took a biopsy out of her tongue. It looks like.
What?
Yes, check this out. The video's on my Jeff Hayes Facebook wall, but that was crazy. And then just today she had a mega coughing fit. So I mean, she could have
4 minutes nonstop.
Cancer, throat cancer. We can only pray.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't go that way. I wouldn't look
for her. I would probably.
Well, look, this is the thing. I mean, this is my belief, and this is where I've come with my system. My belief system is you have to answer. It's not my job to judge. That's not. You're going to have to answer to God and stuff. I mean, I don't wish ill will on anybody, but I sure in the heck don't want her leader. I don't want her to be representative of me. She doesn't represent me. I watched. This is what's crazy. I watched that CNN special on her, and how do I say this without inflaming people and going, Jeff, you're completely crazy. I guess I try now in my life to see good in everybody, and let's face it, she put up with a lot of crap. Bill, it's almost like PTSD. I would almost equate it to being PTSD with her. Is that I believe that they're so corrupt. One lie when they were younger turned into 2 lies, turned into 3 lies, turned into 4 lies, turned into 5 lies. And most people who live that life end up either like her and Bill, which are, narcissistic, somewhat sociopathic, or they repent, right? I think she hasn't gotten to the repent part yet. And, and I hope for her and her relationship with, I'm not going to take her inventory. I hope that she just finally repents. I hope she gets it one day and that she has time to repent for all the things. And that's all anybody that believes that abortion is okay. I hope my prayer and hope for them is that they have the opportunity to repent for that action before they have to meet their maker. And that's it. That's my belief. I'll never vote for it.
No.
Yeah. I'll vote for a slug. Because, but I do. I pray and I hope that she comes to meet Jesus, and she accepts him and in his life, in her life, and she repents. I really do. I hope she has the opportunity to repent for everything she's done. And there's a lot of.
I hope you would, but I don't see it. Once you're kind of in that upper echelon of the elite establishment, they're almost soulless actors.
Oh yeah.
For Satan here, there's just no redemption in them.
Well, I believe that it's that whole esoteric thing that we were talking about with Brad Olson, is that I believe that they believe that they have one up, that they believe that there is not a God, or they have proof that there really isn't a God, or whatever, so they don't have to adhere. Think about if there was not a God, right? If someone came to you of knowledge, Jeff, and said, Jeff, there is no God. There isn't. It's all man-made. Here's the evidence. Here's the screw job that we've been doing. I mean, wouldn't you try? I mean, the things that you normally wouldn't do because of fear of retribution, not from the law, but because you have to answer to God, and now you know you don't have to answer to Him. I mean, wouldn't you?
That's how I used to believe, though, because I was an atheist for most of my life. That's exactly how I used to. That was my mindset for 5 years or whatever. And I was just so when I lived that way, I was just the ultimate hedonist. That's when I was doing hardcore drugs, sleeping around with multiple women.
Yep.
You know, that's when I had my heavy metal band going. I mean, I was just in this life that just take it for a ride and die young and leave a beautiful corpse.
Yeah. So you can relate. I mean, you can absolutely 100% relate.
Yeah, totally.
Okay. And I think that's what I think a lot of these politicians, that's the way they're living their life. They're like, we're God. You need to worship us because we're the ones that control you.
Yeah.
And, it's just, I don't know. It's just, it's very, very concerning to say the least. But
yeah, that's it's disconcerting to how soulless and how scrupulous these and just evil the people that are running our country, that are running the world are, man. It's really disturbing.
Yeah. Well, and they manipulate us through TV, movies, whatever. So it is. But I've always said you have to rely on yourself. It has to start with you first, and then grow from out there. It's kind of like, I tell people that I failed miserably. I failed my family miserably during the hurricane because I was woefully way underprepared for it. So we have to make a change, and we're making the change. And we'll start with us, and then from there we'll work our way out into the community. And
you were without a generator, you said, or something.
Yeah, we were without power for a few days, and it was brutal. I told Sandy, I said, when the end of the world comes, or when there's Marshall or whatever, I hope I'm the first one that gets shot or gets the disease. Yeah, I don't want to live.
Away. Oh, yeah.
It's crazy because look, I mean, I lived into the woods for 2 years, year and a half of my life. Literally lived in the woods, and completely off the grid. And I can tell you that about the 3-day mark, I was not myself. I was not myself. 3 days.
On feral.
Yeah, I mean, it was great to see Jeff Norton running through the streets of Florida, with a loincloth and a stick
and a spear. Yeah.
I can see it. No, I mean, I was just, it tells me how dependent I am on air conditioning and and how
I heard talking about your pool. You just got your pool in, so you actually could get some relief that way.
Just got the pool in. I mean, literally, well, this is what's funny. The guys, all right, so my granddaughter, we started the pool 4 months ago, and I told my granddaughter, this is before I knew that she was going to move back to North Carolina, that they my daughter and her boyfriend and stuff were going to move back. So we were telling our granddaughter, yeah, we'll swim in it. Well, then they informed us that they were going to move back to North Carolina. He got a job there for whatever, whatever. That's a sore subject.
Yep.
And so my granddaughter was like, old man. She called me old man, Papa Jeff. Old man, Papa Jeff. She's like, am I going to be able to swim in the pool? And I told her, I said, yes, before you leave, you're going to swim in that pool. And so then the plaster guys the final step before you put water in the pool, they came that Friday, and they were leaving Sunday. And I said, look, you're going to finish. I told these guys, I probably pissed them off, but look, this is my granddaughter, and I'm not breaking a promise to her. And I said, look, you guys are going to finish this, right? And they're like, yeah, we'll get the plastering done today. So this is Friday. So they get the plastering done. Well, then they're like, well, we can't etch it, which is an acid bath. They're like, we can't etch it until Monday. And I'm like hell, you're coming back tomorrow and you're going to etch this, because I am not breaking my my promise to my granddaughter.
Yep.
And the guy was like, well, let me see what I can do. I said, no, let me explain this to you. This is going to be etched, or I'm going to blow this whole, I was pretty blunt. I said, I'm just going to blow the whole damn thing up. And, because the whole purpose of the pool to begin with, well, we enjoy it, but the whole purpose of the pool was for the grandkids.
Yeah.
And I mean, we are enjoying it. So the guy said, well, let me see. So he comes out Saturday, and they acid etched it Saturday. And
nice.
So then Sunday, yeah, great. I mean, these guys were awesome. They got it. They understood what the commitment was. So then, of course, we start filling it up Saturday afternoon with the water hose. And we waited about 3 or 4 hours. And once it got up to the first step, then, so she was able to play in it. And,
nice.
That Saturday. So she stayed in it from Saturday. She actually stayed with us all night Saturday. We had her great-grandparents, Sandy's family was here and everything. So we got to spend that last bit with her. And then Sunday we, put her in the child seat and drove her to her parents' house, and then they went to North Carolina. So we lived the promise. But, that little, it's amazing what kids, their insight to life is just amazing. I don't know, I can tell you the story without losing it on the air, but I have a doctor who's electronic screwdriver, and she loved that thing. Her mother gave it to me. I'm a Doctor Who fan. And she always wanted it, and I always told her, no, that's mine. So then as I was putting her in her car seat to say goodbye to her, I gave it to her.
Oh,
and
nice.
I said, you can have this to remember me whenever, because this is my gift to you. And I started crying. It just tearing me up, because she's my little buddy. And I used to aggravate the crap out of her, and she would aggravate me back. We had that relationship. But yeah, she, like I said, I tell you, her idea, she named me Old Man Papa Jeff. She named me. Her parents didn't give her that name, and she just one day out of the blue said, I want to go see Old Man Papa Jeff. And and stuff. So I gave it to her, and we were crying, or I was crying, because I was saying goodbye to her, and really gonna miss her. And she gave that back to me. I gave it to her, and I said, here, have this, and remember me, when you play with this thing. And she gave it back, and she handed it back, and she said, no, you keep it, Old Man Papa Jeff. And I was like, no, I want you to have it. She goes, no, I want you to keep it, and you remember me. And I was like, oh, it's amazing. Kids just, it's just unbelievable, their insight into life and how we should live it.
Nothing phony about them. They just say exactly what's on their mind.
Yeah. I'm going to try that one day. Have you seen that new commercial that's out there about the kids who just just speak their minds? Have you seen that commercial yet?
No, but if it's on TV, I don't watch TV.
You don't watch it? Yeah, there's a new commercial out there, and it's about kids who just speak their mind, who just say what's on their mind. And it's like a PSA or whatever, and then it says maybe we should as adults try that. I'm gonna try that one day and see how long I can go before I get my ass beat.
Or slap myself.
I'm gonna see how long I can go before I get the crap beat out of me.
Yeah, these days I don't know if you want somebody pull a gun on you these days.
Yeah. Yeah, and whoa! Don't shoot me, MFer. And the minute you put that gun down, I'm shooting. I mean, just think about it. I mean, think about the world in which people were brutally honest with each other. And
the end of political correctness.
It would definitely end the political. I mean, I think we would. I don't know. Would it be a better place or be worse? Would we be better off or would we be worse off?
That'd be better, because that way people aren't walking around with bottled up anger. You're just always letting it out.
Yeah, but you know, I don't know. I don't. Yeah, yeah. I don't know. I don't know. I don't have an answer for that one. You know, would the world be a better place, or would we be worse off if we just spoke what was on our minds?
I think the more we get away from doing that into this, the more politically correct you get, the more people are afraid to speak up about anything in general.
Yeah.
Which should be at all, but that's the way the New World Order agenda kind of pushes you, so you don't. So people are afraid to speak up.
Well, I mean, just not only New World, just anything, right? There's topics that people just don't want to discuss. They'll never. But if you ever pull a person aside, one-on-one outside of the crowd mentality or the group mentality, I think you're more likely to hear the truth, or you're more likely to get. I do it all the time. I mean, I talk to people all the time, people that I would never have thought had a paranormal experience, and now they call me friends and family. They call me that listen to the show and say, "Hey, look, I want to share this with you. This is what happened to me." People that I would never, ever imagine sharing that type of experience with me. They now, but they only do it group, outside. They only do it away from everybody else. And even the New World Order, I have people that are, that grew up in the Kennedy era, right? And they're like, yeah, we know that Kennedy was killed by the government. We know that this, but we just don't talk about it. You just don't talk about it. You just kind of go on. You just kind of status quo. And,
yeah, exactly.
And that's the brainwashing that people have gone through. I think of more people, and it's sad because our elders, and we have elders, even though we're becoming that group here shortly, but our elders need to start standing up and saying, look, this is wrong. We can't be this way anymore. And us now need to start saying, hey, look, this is wrong. We can't be this way anymore. And then, I don't know, the younger generation, they're just, I don't know what they call them, the millennials. Is that the...
Yeah.
God save their souls. That's all I got to say to that.
Yeah, it's a different world, man. And it changes every year.
Well,
Not for the better, a lot of it.
Yeah, I mean, I never realized this, but I had a preacher friend of mine tell me, he said, yeah, think about your kids. They grew up in a world of pornography and violence. They're immune to it. That's why you have so many young people, sexting and stuff, and it's because to them it's second nature. It's part of the mating process, right? In order, before when girls, I mean, think about when we were in high school. In order for girls and boys, for us to attract each other, it would be clothes, it would be hair, it'd be whatever. Now it's, show me your goods. I mean, that's.
We played some strip poker though.
We do that as innocent kids, but but it's not part of your profile, right?
Yeah, the NSA never saw any of that stuff.
That's right. It was not part of your profile page.
It'd go into my file.
That's right. That's right.
Oh, man.
Yeah, I learned very early on how to blackmail. This is really sad, but here we can tell these stories. When I was in high school, when I was younger and I was in high school, we had an assistant principal, and he was into photography, and so was I. I was the photographer for the school newspaper, and my dad was a outstanding photographer. I don't know why he never stayed with it. Well, I do know why. He had a bad experience where he got into doing actual professional stuff, and back then you didn't have digital stuff, so you can't retake stuff. So when you screwed up film, screwed up. It was gone forever, and he had a bad experience with that. So, so he, didn't say well. He still had. So I still have some of his photography work hanging in my house that he did. And people are like, "Who did that? Who did?" It's like, "Oh yeah, my dad did that." just an accomplished guy. He was talented in that regard, and I loved it too. And so I was a photographer. Well, my vice principal was in the photography. He started to get into it as well, and we had the whole darkroom and everything. We had, it wasn't digital. We developed with black and white film. We developed our own film. We did our own dodging under the enlarger and everything. We did all of it by hand, and so my vice principal was interested in that. And, I showed him how to do it. I learned. My dad gave me some secrets and talked to me about stuff, and I remember a little bit working with him, but not a whole lot. I think one time I did some photography stuff, developing with him at the radiology at the lab or at the hospital. But but my dad showed me some tricks and stuff, and so then the vice principal, same thing. And so whenever I got in trouble, it was hilarious. That's why I never got expelled. In all the years that I went to high school and all the crap I pulled, I never got expelled because the vice principal was the guy that would expel you. Well, I had the dibs on it because he loved photography. So every time I'd go in his office, it would be like, Jeff, did you do this? Yes. And then it would be like, hey, Mr. Herbert, how's your photography coming along? I'd change the subject real quick. And it was like, oh, no, man, I got this new camera. And, I just don't understand how to set the phone. And I'm like, we got to remember, this is how. And, that's how I always stayed out of trouble. And I learned very early on, you get the dibs on people. I had one teacher, he was dating a college kid. And I knew the girl that he was dating. I met her at middle. My brother was 4 years ahead of me, so he was in college. So I met her. So I had all the dirt on this dude. I mean, I had all the dirt on him. We're talking, this guy probably would have been prosecuted. Well, in today's day and age, he would have been prosecuted for dating students. And I remember he was like, "You're gonna have to," he made us memorize all the world's a stage. We're all just mere players, that whole thing. It was part of the class project. And I'm like, I'm not doing it. He's like, well, you got to do it. You're going to get an F. I said, no, let me explain this to you. I'm not doing it. And he's like, no, you got to do it. I'm going to fail you. And I said, okay, Mickey. That was his nickname that the girl had for him. I said, okay, Mickey. And he looked at me and he's like, get out of my class. And I said, you're really going to expose? I said, how do you think the principal is going to like the fact when I tell them why you kicked me out of class? He goes, I'm going to tell him you said, but I'm going to give you her pet name for you. So how do you think that's going to float? And he was like, sit down there and shut up. Sure enough, I didn't have to do the speech. So, yeah, we learned to manipulate at a very young age. Oh, man. Great times. So your book, is it getting, has JJ contacted you? JJ McCartney?
No, I've not heard from him.
Are you serious? That I'm going to call him tomorrow. I will personally make a phone call. You got to get on his show. You know who you need to reach out.
You know, launch this little radio tour. So yeah, if you want to send it my way, then it'll help get me motivated to get. I should do a tour for the second book, internet radio tour, but I just haven't been focused enough to get it together. So
since all right, so on my Facebook, this is the only time that I will say this and allow this to happen. On my Facebook, there is a gentleman. His name is Don. I'm trying to think, where's he at? He's a friend. Why is he not showing up? Maybe he no longer friended. Maybe he unfriended me. So maybe he's not a friend.
Maybe he blocked you.
Maybe I need to hunt him down. No, he's a friend. Don Noonan. Look him up on my Facebook. He's a friend. He's a friend of mine. He and his I don't know if it's his wife or if it's his girl. I don't know how that works out. But He is the owner or the network operator of Red State. Well, he was Red State. I think they got something else now. Hold on. Let me see here. I will reach out to him because he's got John B. and all those guys are on his his network. John B. Wells.
Yeah.
And let me see here. Get the name of his network. And they have about 30 or 40 radio shows on his network, different shows. So let me. There it is. He's also got a big Red Nation Rising is the name of his network. So type in Red Nation Rising. He is the vice president of the coach company. They do a lot of like motor coaches for country music stars and stuff. But they've got a big one called for Trump that they did. Trump didn't pay him. Trump didn't do anything with it. But they got this huge motor coach traveling the country for Red Nation Rising and everything. And he's got his network out there. So reach out.
I'm friends with this guy. Neuen, right?
Yeah, Don Noonan. Reach out to him, man.
I'm friends with him, but I don't know him.
Yeah, well, because you don't know who he is. But he's got Donna Fiduci, which if you remember her, she's from Fox News. But they do a show called Cowboy Logic. But more importantly, they have this network. And I would say they have like 50 or 60 radio shows on their network. Yeah, reach out. And they're all conservative shows. But reach out to Don, man. And tell him that I sent you.
Right on. Yeah, I'll send him a
actually,
private
I'll message him right now and let him know that you will be contacting him.
Write this down here.
Yeah.
Yeah, just made a note. I'll get a hold of him. Check in. I'm already friends with him, so what the heck?
Yeah. Yeah, he was. I just IM'd him. Obviously, he won't respond. He might. I don't know. Great guy, though. I mean, great. I mean, him and Donna. We were talking. He was a little upset with me, I guess, because I'm not doing the Patriot show anymore.
Oh, gotcha.
I don't think he's upset. I think he was hoping that I would continue to do that show.
Yeah, that was a good show you had going.
It was. Like I said, I just can't do it. I can't. 4 hours a day. It's just. I mean, it's easy to do. Trust me, it's a lot easier to do than this show, for 4 hours. But it's just because there's plenty to talk about. But it's just. Can't do it. I can't. I just. Sandy even said my whole demeanor changed, where I was just angry all the time. So so that's why I kind of intermix the deep dark stuff with this show. Like we had Planet X on last night, and then today we had. Dream Doctor on. So it kind of balances itself out.
Yeah, good variety for sure.
Yeah. So, but who knows? I might come and do a couple shows. I'll do a show with you guys. It'll be your show. I'll just come on as a guest.
Oh, totally, Joe. We'd love to have you on. We were supposed to be on this week. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, what happened to you guys? I saw you guys in the chat room.
Yeah, I don't. It sounds like we're firing up this Sunday night though. So once we get it back up and running, we'll definitely get you on there. So you know who else would be a good guy for you to get on? Jeff would be David Dees, the guy who does the artwork for my books.
Yeah.
But he's got. I mean, if you go any New World Order website, anything. His art is just everywhere. But he's a super interesting guy. And he's actually got some I don't know if you call it ET or extraterrestrial stuff that I've talked to him about before. He might be interested in talking to you on the air about. So
Yeah. No, I see David D's, The Art of David D's.
yep, that's the guy.
I'll have to.
Yeah, he'd be super interesting to talk to.
Yeah. Oh, that's cool. He does have some cool stuff.
Oh yeah, if you go through enough, you'll see stuff you recognize because he puts out just tons of stuff just for free. So I pay him to do the covers for my books because that's a little different deal. But he puts out tons of free art just to try to wake people up.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I see. I see. That is crazy. Hey, did you listen? I know you were on vacation. Did you listen to when? The show that I had about the Illuminati?
No, was it the Leo Zagami?
Yeah, Zagami.
Yeah, I know that guy. I've seen some of his stuff on Project Camelot. You probably have heard of that one. I can't. The jury's out in my mind as to how legit he is, or if he was really in there and he got out. Why is he?
No, he's
dead?
legit, and he's not out. No, he's not out. What he's fighting? All right, so this is the thing, and I kind of agree with him. So, I'm a Mason. I'm a 32nd degree Mason. I don't, keep that. That's one of those things. I'm sure someone's going to say, "Oh, he's an inside job because he's a Mason." No.
Shrine.
Yeah, So, no. What it is that he's fighting the Illuminati. He's fighting the infiltration of the Jesuits into the Masonic order, into the Masonic Lodge. He's fighting the influences of the Catholic Church and the one world government and the New World Order into the lodge there in Rome. And because he's like, and I get it and I understand him because he's like, Masonry is a Christian order. It is a Christian order. And it's not, and these guys that have hijacked it and are turning it into, they're using the Fellowship of Masonry to influence the world and to do the New World Order. I mean, listen to the show. He's like, yeah, they're in Texas. He goes, there's a gay lodge, there's a Muslim lodge, there's a whatever lodge. And he's like, that is not Masonry. And that's what he's fighting. And he's like, no, it's a Christian order. Masonry is a Christian order. And unfortunately, they brought in all these New World, these members who are trying to manipulate it and make it, New World Order-ish. And that's exactly what he's fighting. And so it's interesting, though. It was very interesting. I was wondering if you listened to that show and what you thought about it.
No, I might have to go back and check that out, though. I have heard a couple of his interviews on Project Camelot and stuff. That was a few years ago. So.
Well, the cool thing, and he even said that I got him to talk about stuff that he's never talked about.
Nice.
Secret. It's the secret. It's all in the sauce.
Well, I want to know. Do you have a fez, Jeff?
No, I'm not a Shriner. No.
Isn't that? I thought the 32nd degree was the Shriners.
No. The Shriners are. The Shrine is an offshoot. Basically, to be a Shriner, you have to be a Mason. But you don't. It's not a degree. It's not an order.
Gotcha.
No. So that's everybody's like, well, why don't you do a Shriner? And because the Shrine, like I said, is that it's not an official observed order of the Masonic Lodge. But to be a Shriner, you have to be a Mason.
Yeah.
So it's No, I've heard stories. I mean, they do great work, so I don't want to diminish what they have done, but yeah, it's not. Yeah, it's not for me. Yeah, we'll just leave it at that. Well, there's stories. There's stories. They're known for their parties.
Yeah.
Okay, let's just put it that way. They're known for their parties, and stuff. So, but yeah, I was actually, Leo has opened my eyes again back to the lodge. The lodge. I like his lodges, or the ones that he runs, or the ones that he I don't want to say no one runs a lodge. The members run the lodge.
Yeah.
But I like his belief structure because he's bringing it back to the fundamental Christian belief. I mean, like I said, I had members in the lodge, and I talked about that in the thing where I know of a guy who was my mentor, who was not ordained, but he was knighted by the Pope. Imagine this. He's Jewish, conservative Jewish. He's a Mason, and he was knighted by Pope John Paul. How does that happen?
Like a Knight of Malta, probably.
Yeah, but how does that happen? Because in history, well, exactly. In history, they want you to believe, because the whole Knights of Columbus was the Catholic Church's order to kind of counter the Masonic Lodge. They created the Knights of Columbus, and because they understood that men wanted to be part of a fraternity, so they started that because there used to be a time where if you were a Mason, you were excommunicated from the Catholic Church. And, yeah, but now you have Mason. You have a Jewish. Like I said, I know for a fact, man. I mean, I without a doubt, Jewish Mason, knighted by the Pope, and that's exactly what Leo Zagami is fighting in his lodges there in Rome.
Pretty easy.
So that's, he sees it firsthand. I mean, you think about it, the Rome Lodge. I mean, come on, where are all the Jesuits and stuff going to infiltrate from? Rome. I mean, I think that would be the first lodge, and they're the ancient lodge. They're considered an ancient lodge as well. So you might want to listen to that show. That was a great show.
Yeah, I'll have to check that out.
Yeah,
for
yeah.
Sure.
Dude, I got him for you.
And I was gone that week.
You were gone that week, yeah. No, next time, you need to leave your schedule, so I know, so I can put these guests around.
There we go.
Around your visitation, or your schedule, man, because it's all about you.
That's it. Originally, Spitfire was supposed to come out and come to my little gathering and stuff. But it just didn't work out. But we were gonna do some live streaming and a bunch of stuff.
Really?
But it just didn't pan out this year. So maybe next year.
I can imagine him running through the desert, as manic as he is.
Oh yeah.
Where's the wood? We gotta have a campfire. We're
floating down the river doing live stream.
Yeah, doing live stream. That's funny. I haven't heard from him. He's kind of like a sniper listener, because
Just pop on.
I don't ever see him in the group until he pops in. He's like, "Oh, I'm listening." He's kind of like a sniper listener. He does that to me all the time. He'll send me an email. He's like, "Oh, I listen to all your shows."
You could be listening right now.
He probably is, and if he is, say something in the chat room there, Eric.
There you go.
And everything. So no, it's I see Clovis joined us.
Yeah, I got a couple of drive-bys there. They had a little personal conversation going. I think they took it over to Facebook, it looks like, which is probably
which is, thank you. I saw you drop in there and kind of pop that off. say.
Yeah, I didn't mean to delete her comment. I was playing around with it, and I tried to get out of it, and I just deleted it.
Yeah.
So.
No, that's.
Oh.
I mean, that's cool though. That's appropriate. I don't. I'm not really offended by the conversation. It's just like when we have a guest, because as you can see, our guest was listening. And
We keep it on topic.
Yeah, keep it on topic. And then after the guest, it's just I find it disrespectful, right? Because,
I was wondering about that, but I didn't want to.
No. You can absolutely, man. You're a moderator, so yeah, just keep it on topic. Just tell them to keep it on topic. Yeah, and then say, hey, look, after the guest is gone or whatever, you can say whatever you want to say. But
yeah, because I said goodbye to her, then I got buried by like 20 personal messages on there.
Yeah. No, but Kelly she was actually on there reading them and stuff, and I was guys, keep it, keep it to the topic, and then when the guest leaves, then you can have your sidebar. You can give me.
You see, the guest Kelly said she wouldn't mind trying DMT, but don't say anything about it.
Yeah, but don't say anything. Yeah, I wouldn't mind. Yeah, we are not promoting illegal drugs on this show, please. DEA. Hey, have you been censored yet? Let's talk about something like serious for once. Have you gotten any of your videos censored yet by YouTube? You know they have the new standard, right?
Eric, all our videos are on. Eric kind of runs all that, but yeah, I guess they went through it and said some of them were not. Or not suitable, but just like not. I don't remember exactly what he said, but yeah, they've been messing with with his channel, which is kind of our channel.
Yeah.
So just here comes the censorship.
Yep. I haven't gotten one yet, but apparently, if you talk about a subject that the advertisers disagree with, that's the litmus test. So if the advertisers complain about your show.
Yeah.
And, because when they play an ad, they, obviously when they play an ad, they report back to the advertiser where they played the ad. If an advertiser says, I don't want to be on that show, then at that point they censor you.
Yep.
That's the litmus test.
That's it, man.
So my question is this, why don't they show us what advertisers are friendly to our types of shows?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, we had a show on here talking about abuse, child abuse, and incest and everything. Yep. And I thought for sure that one was going to get censored, but it didn't.
No.
Which is weird because one of my computer buddies has a show, and he's very popular. He's got over 1 million subscribers. He's like one of the top guys. And he talked about his battle with depression and suicide on one of his shows, and YouTube censored him.
Oh wow!
Yeah, because they said that's too sensitive of a topic.
So it reverts back to the almighty dollar.
Yep. Well, what it is that I think he talked about the drug companies.
Oh, gotcha.
On his show, he talked about how he would, and all his doctors wanted to do was pump him full of more drugs, and he was like, "There's got to be a better way of doing this." He goes, "There's got to be a way besides all these drugs that they have me on." And someone told him, said, "Get off the damn drugs. Start living life. Feelings are feelings. You're supposed to feel them."
Yep.
And you can't mask them. But they censor, they started censoring his shows. And this guy's like one of the top earners on YouTube. He's got over 1 million listeners. But yet on YouTube you can have videos of people getting their heads blown open, or you can have pictures of people, dying horrific deaths in car accidents. That's okay. They don't get censored. But yet, the minute you talk about big pharma or you talk about anti-gay or whatever, then boom, you're censored.
That's it. Political correctness.
I don't know. Like I said, I mean the YouTube. I got to remember, I'm a radio. We do radio. That's what we do. And YouTube is secondary.
Yes.
And it will always be secondary. But I do have a backup. Live stream is my backup. And Twitch. I think if YouTube can do, but Twitch got bought out by Google. So
Twitch, is that Twitter?
Twitch. No, there's another live stream. It's called Twitch.
Oh, okay.
And what Twitch did when I was on hiatus, because I was a non-compete, there's Twitch videos of me playing video games. Yeah, that's what I did when I was 2 years that I was on serving out my non-compete. I played Twitch on there's I mean literally for hours. People would sit there and pay me to play video games. I was nowhere near what most of the people got, but yeah, there's Twitch. But they got bought out. I think Twitch got bought out by YouTube.
Which got bought out by
Google.
Jeez.
No, Amazon. Oh, Amazon bought them. That's awesome.
Amazon.
Well, the whole reason why you have live stream on YouTube, actually, live stream is actually supposed to be for gaming on YouTube. Did you not know that?
I saw something about that. But I'm glad we're using it for what we're using it for right now, though.
Yeah, but it was set up because they wanted to compete with Twitch.
Oh, gotcha.
Oh, what time is it? 1:30.
I try to mute that, but I've got 2 cuckoo clocks in my office. They don't keep time because they get wound down. I rewind them, but it's just kind of when I work on my books, I've got they both just kind of tick tock, like time's ticking to get these books done. Time's slipping away, man. You got to keep working on these books.
Sweet. How are you doing on your third book?
I've got the outline together. I got that together a few weeks ago, and I'm just letting it sit and stew. So I'm about ready to get back into it. Probably redo the outline, fine tune it, and then start making Word doc files, doing a bunch of research, cutting and pasting stuff, dumping all these files, and then go back and start digesting some of it. Go back and Google some, cross check. Lather, rinse, repeat, and hopefully I'll have a third book out within a year or so.
That's cool. I could, I need to write a book, but I don't. What I need to do is I'm starting to get back into blogging again. Like I try to wrap these shows up. I haven't done it because of the storm, and I've just been too tired. I mean, that just sucked the energy out of me. But I'm trying to. After each show, I'm going to try to post like a synopsis of the show and what I believe and what I don't believe.
Yeah.
And everything, and get those out there and start getting back into writing again. It's a shame to have the guests that we have, and not carry the message further than what we're currently doing. I mean, it's one thing to do the radio show, but we have some awesome guests, and there's just a ton of learning that they distill on us. And I've got to, like I said, it's more out of, I've got to write it down to get that, it's just one more message, one more way of getting their message out there.
Oh, totally.
Yeah, so I started to do that. If you go to the page, I had the one about Do I Believe? We're talking about that, and then the other one about the Illuminati.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to follow up the shows with articles, stories, and kind of answer, like tonight's show on dreams and everything. I think Kelly, it's funny. Because Kelly, when she was doing Clovis's interpretation, I was like, I don't know what Clovis thought, but I'm like, oh yeah, she just called you. She just called you.
She took Clovis's statement and kind of broke it down into different components of what you're running, so you're afraid of something, and or on your bare feet, which means vulnerability, and so she definitely knew how to break down just a couple sentences about what her dreams are about.
Yeah, and you know Clovis like I know Clovis, so you know that's right on the spot. And stuff. Oh, by the way, Don just responded, said thanks.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, he just so shoot your stuff over to him, man. He's up.
Yeah, I'll.
And he'll get you on a couple of his shows.
Yeah, I'll definitely. When we get off here, I'll send him a message and say hi. And say hi for sure. So.
Yeah. That's one thing I have to do tomorrow. You know, since we went over to the new site, I haven't carried over any of the old shows over to the new site.
From the Midnight Patriot, or
no, from when we first did our first show, the first show.
Oh, gotcha,
I need to get those over there and get those links up because I think that we're missing listeners. Because we're starting to get that, that critical mass where people are going back and listening to older show. They hear one show and then they go back and they listen. Oh wow, so it's a shame. Now, granted, they're coming from Facebook, or from YouTube, so they can see the whole show list there in YouTube. So they're doing that. But I am seeing, I'm starting to see that where people are going back. They're finding us and then going back. Shoot, sorry about that. I should have a cough button, right? I didn't get it.
Yeah, you and Hillary, right?
I need a cough button like Hillary. Yeah, I heard some journalists today. They were talking about the cough button, and they're like, "Well, everybody that's in radio and TV knows what it feels like to have a coughing fit on the air, and not have a cough button." And I'm like, "Yeah, but I don't have one every other day."
Yeah, for 10 minutes.
And mine don't last 10 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, she's got something going on. She looks like death warmed over, man.
Yeah, man. Yeah, she ain't good looking. I'm not good looking to look at either, so I'm not going to criticize her for her looks.
You get some more guests that look like Kelly earlier. She was easy on the eyes, brother.
Yeah. Behave. No, yeah. It's. I knew, when I heard her voice, I was like, oh my gosh, there's certain voices that get me. And she has that voice. And so you guys know it's not sexist. John B. Wells, his voice is one that's just incredible. If you ever listen to his show, he's got Caravan to Midnight. He does it on that Red Network Rising. He does a weekend show for them. And he's got.
I did this show about this time last year, John B. Wells' show.
Yeah, so he's got that real deep voice.
Yes.
I need to drink more whiskey and smoke some more cigars, and I think in about 10 years I'll have it.
Yeah, you got some Camel Buttless will take care of that real quick.
That's
right. Or
I got the Wolfman thing going on. I got the chin beard.
Oh, nice. Yep. I'm noticing that.
Yeah, I need to with the gray, and that's not colored. That's just natural. Stripe, those are natural. So, it was funny because I told Sandy. She was like, "No, you're not." And I said, "You know what would be cool is if we did because I could get. It's not that hard. I can get the licensing from ASCAP and BMI and Soundcraft. I can get the licensing because to play the radio, and we ought to do like a Saturday, old time 60s, 70s, American Pie kind of radio broadcast. Bringing you the hits all the time. Snuggle up to your baby as you're riding.
Spinning the platters that matter.
That's right. Spinning the platters that matter. Coming to you live. So no, I was telling her, I said that actually would probably do pretty well because think about all the old, like around here in Florida, we have a lot of car shows, like Friday nights and stuff. We have a lot of car shows, and
if you get the weather to do it.
Yeah, I mean they do every Friday night here at Wendy's. It's Wendy's is where everybody meets. And
Wendy's
they have all the old cars. Yeah, the Wendy's, the hamburger. And
I think there's no Triple X or A&W root beer drive-ins.
no, here's Sonic. You have Sonic.
I think they'd be going there instead of Wendy's.
Yeah, well, Sonic doesn't have the parking lot, but it's right across the street from Sonic, so that's kind of the same. And everything. Oh, talking about Sonic, I got great news, man.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, tonight's show, I forgot to tell you, tonight's show is brought to you by Timmy Hortons, the best dang coffee for the cheapest price.
Right.
You're within 500 miles of a Timmy Hortons. I suggest that you go out of your way and get yourself a Danish and a coffee. I was just informed that actually there is a Timmy Hortons in Tampa now. There's 3 in the United States. There's 1 in Tampa, 1 in California, and somewhere else I don't care.
You don't have Starbucks down there, do you?
Yeah, I'm in Redneckville, man. No one's gonna spend $5 for a cup of coffee.
I know, I don't either. I don't drink Starbucks, but man, they are literally everywhere up here. It's just crazy.
Well, of course. Yeah, that's why I like Tim Hortons. Tim Hortons is the best, the best, cheapest coffee you'll ever drink. And then if you're within 500 miles, it's well worth the drive to go out of your way to get some. Make sure you get a Danish. I feel like you want Talladega Nights. Remember
They're
Talladega
Nights? They're going to call you up one of these days and go, we will sponsor your show.
I actually wrote them. And so I got some Tim Hortons coming. Someone who is near and dear to me is shipping me some. She was in the store the other day, and they actually told her, they said, no, there's one in Tampa now. So I will be making a cruise down to Tampa. There's 2 places I go into Tampa. Well, there's 2 places I go in Tampa. The first place is a cigar shop. There's a nice cigar shop that I love down there. The second place is this place that makes calzones, and the family, it's actually owned by 2 brothers who are from New York. So they make real calzones.
Ooh.
And it's right next to the cigar shop, which is awesome. Because even Sandy, Sandy's like, yeah, because there's a big mall down there too. So Sandy's all for it. She's like, yeah, you can go get a cigar and we'll get a calzone. And so we love that place. Now I've got to have to make it my third place, which is Tim Hortons, to go pick up beans, coffee.
A 3-fer.
Yeah, do a 3-fer. There you go. Drive by. No, dude, I love Timmy Hortons. It's the best, cheapest coffee you ever drink. You're within 500 miles. It's well worth it. I do the spiel every time. No, it is. It's like Talladega Nights. I would like to watch Mountain Dew, Domino's. Oh dear, baby Jesus, and you're going, hey, it's my baby Jesus. It's funny. My middle daughter and she loves that show. And I actually, you know what? I'm gonna watch Talladega Nights when I get off the air tonight.
Nice.
Put it in and watch it. Ricky Bobby.
I don't think I ever saw that one. I haven't seen a lot of.
You've never seen Talladega Nights?
I haven't been to the movies for.
I know you don't watch TV and you don't, but this is, you got to see it, man.
I heard it's pretty good.
Oh, it's hilarious. It's a satire about NASCAR.
Yep.
But Days of Thunder kind of stuff. But it's just funny, the stuff, the one-liners that they come up with, and it is so true, though. It's so true. Yeah, you gotta watch it. I used to tell my granddaughter when she got here, she's a wild child, and I used to tell her, it's like, are you high on dew? So that's a line from the movie.
Oh, nice.
So you gotta watch it. Understand? There's a lot of inside jokes and stuff. So, oh man. So you guys are gonna start your show back up on Sunday. That's good. I'll be able to listen.
That's what it sounds like. We'll see. If that comes to pass. Hopefully, we were supposed to start yesterday, I guess. God, today's Tuesday. I already lost track of time.
Well, I know.
I
know you guys were all on this channel here listening to my show, and thank you for listening. But it was funny in the chat room. Everybody's like, "Well, I guess there's not a show tonight," and I kind of felt bad. I'm like,
our show.
I'm like, "What's going on here?" Well, I knew that you guys weren't talking about my show because you were chatting on my show, saying that there wasn't your show, and I was like, "Well, what happened there? Did I have such an interesting guest that you guys just blew off your own show?" Which I'd say thank you, or what?
I was gonna plug your show on our show and still be in your chat as a moderator, but our show only runs a couple hours, so I was gonna try to invite everybody over from our show over to your show so it'd be like at your midpoint, but see just how many people we can bring over. But so maybe we'll try next Monday.
Do it. How many listeners do you guys get on your show live? On your YouTube?
Yeah, we were at the peak. We were drawing up to 100, 150, but we draw about 50, I think now, watching live at any one given time. So
yeah. And how many subscribers do you guys have?
I think we got like 2,600 on the one, which is still not a ton because some people have millions of subscribers. So we're just getting started basically.
You got a lot more than me.
Well, you're really just getting started over again.
Yeah, I know. It's just it's frustrating because, like I said, I owe it to my guests to because we have great guests, but what's really cool is they all appreciate it. They all like, oh no, we get it, we understand, man.
Plus, the stuff's archived, so it's just gonna keep. They'll just keep. People, if they didn't see it live, they'll see it, if not this month or this year, maybe a couple of years, who knows?
Yeah. Yep. And that's the thing is that it never goes away.
Yep.
It never goes away. It'll always be there, and it will always build upon itself. Hey, we're two subscribers short of 100.
Nice.
I need 2 more. I'm gonna call India.
I got a couple other YouTube accounts. I could log off this one and log on.
No, I want organic. I don't want. Yeah. I want to stick it in John O'Keefe's eye here.
There you go.
What a knucklehead. Yeah, of course. Like we all know, is John O'Keefe is actually logged in. Your show sucks, man. You don't put Miller first. Who wants to hear your uneducated crap? That's what we ought to do. We ought to do one show on the trolls. And then I love what Zindi 1138. Man, it's a 4-hour show. It's all good.
That's a long show to do every night, man. You definitely got the stand power, though.
Yeah, it's well, the show's brought to you by Timmy Hortons Coffee. It's the best dang coffee, the best dang cheapest coffee you'll ever drink. If you're well within 500 miles, it's worth the drive. I get you some. Right. That's gonna be, every time we do Tim Hortons. There you go. That's gonna be the spiel.
You have to send them a 15-second clip of you talking about them or something.
I did send them their marketing people. Well, actually, I sent their marketing people. I'm not using their logo.
Yeah.
If you notice, I'm drinking out of my Yeti, which, by the way, Yetis is the way to go. This sucker I filled up with ice like before the hurricane as the power went out, and I had ice in it like a day later.
My buddy's got that. He swears by it. Well, the coolers, if you want to buy a Yeti cooler, like $600 or $800.
Oh yeah, the Yeti cooler. But if you're going to buy a cooler though, because we use them quite a bit around here because of fish boxes and stuff. Yeah. There's actually a better cooler than a Yeti. I mean, they're good. Don't get me wrong. It'll keep ice for a week. Most people 3 days is all you need. So I mean, it's perfectly a-okay for that. But yeah, the cooler that I'm getting for the boat, now that we're going to have to redo the boat, I'm going to get a cooler that's it's like 8 feet long by 2 feet wide by 2 feet, 2.5, 3 feet deep. So it's like a 400 or 800 quart cooler.
Yeah.
And it will keep ice for 2 weeks.
Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah, this thing is insane, but it's what you said price wise, and then add another zero to it. Yeah. But my thing is
one time.
well, my thing is that because we're going to use it for the boat, and we're going to go out deep. So if you hit not swordfish, but if you get into a fish you want to keep, because like all your swordfish now, to mount them, all you have to do is take a picture of them, and your taxidermist can mimic it. You don't have to kill a swordfish or a sailfish.
Oh, crazy.
And stuff. But there are some bigger, like trout and stuff like that get 30 something, 40 something inches.
Yeah.
You know, I caught a 50-pound black drum the other day. Well, it's been a while. Gosh, I got to go fishing. I gotta go fishing after I repair my boat.
Yeah, new 350 big blocks.
Yeah, they got totaled.
Whew.
Yeah, they got to come out. Well, I don't know if they got totaled. They're gonna come out. Might as well. I mean, they're definitely full of water. So.
Oh, they're full of seawater. Oh yeah.
So they're gonna come out, and then I got a guy tomorrow, actually, the 8th. No, today's tomorrow, not tomorrow. Yeah, the 8th. He's going to meet me there, and then he's going to take those out. And you know, I'm grateful that this happened when it happened, because we didn't really invest in the electrical. Like, I wanted to rework all the electrical anyways, and I wanted to redo all the plumbing and all of that, and I wanted to change the galley around to give us more room in the galley and also in the head, because the head on that boat was like a aircraft head. You know, when you go in an airplane, there's not a whole lot of room.
Yeah.
So I wanted to expand that anyway. So, you know, this month I'm just gonna take the time and actually, you know, rework it. So it sucks. You know, I was not planning on replacing those engines at 10 grand a piece. Yeah, they're not cheap, but we'll see what we can do. We'll see if we can salvage them. So, yeah.
Yeah, you got to get those charters up and running.
We got to run the charters. Well, the thing is I got to get the studio. There's equipment in the studio I have to have to be ready for the radio. There's you know, we're constantly fighting sound levels between the systems. You know, sometimes I'm louder than the guest is louder than me, all of that. And so there's a piece of equipment that I have to get that kind of normalizes all of that stuff on the fly. And then the other thing too is I got to get a different board, because if we go over to the Skype hybrid system, and also we're going to add a phone hybrid back into the system, I have to have a different type of board. And the board that I have now doesn't allow me to talk to guests when we're on break or anything like that. It's a sound board. It's not a professional radio board. So we have to replace that as well. And I mean, the equipment alone, we're looking at about $10,000 just that I got to purchase to get us so that we can go on the air. And then I got to buy a Telos IP codec set, which is what gets fed out through the syndicators. So yeah, I mean, by the time I'm said and done, I've got about $20,000 in radio equipment I got to put in here before we can actually go on the radio. They're just going to require it. And now I got $20,000 worth of bump motors I got to replace. So it's like, no, I'll get the boat so at least we can get it back into the water and stuff. And that's my project. You know, God willing, you know, God will take care of it. He always does.
So when you go on your overnight fishing trips, you know, live stream from the ocean?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh, that'd be way cool.
Yeah. Yeah. We're gonna use SSD. We're gonna use a satellite though, which is really cool. We're actually gonna broadcast through IP codec, but we're gonna use satellite technology because when you're out that far and stuff, it won't. Obviously you don't have cell phone service.
Yeah.
So we'll have satellite service, which is
Would
really
you say like 100 or 200 miles off the coast down there?
about 100. Yeah, we're gonna go about 100 because when you get past 100, your insurance company gets a little hinky. You actually have to have permission to go past 100 miles.
Crazy.
Yeah, your insurance companies get real. Yeah, certain insurance companies. It depends on your insurance company, but some insurance won't even cover you if you're past 100 miles.
Crazy.
Yeah. So you gotta.
Well, the further out you go, the bigger the waves. If you get a little squall come through, probably.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah, but look, I'll tell you, man, my Stamus. Even the guys at the marina were like, they were all amazed when they saw this thing get picked up and put onto the dock and the way it was positioned. Because what happened is the back end literally got put up on the dock, and then the right side got hung up on the piling. The pylon. So it was a good 10 or 15 feet out of the air, and the nose was straight down into the water.
Oh,
and they thought for sure that it was going to tear the crap out of the boat, and it didn't. I mean, you saw pictures on Facebook. It dented a trim tab, broke off a cowling on the exterior, and it just it didn't even mess with the Joko. It didn't even mess with the fiberglass or anything. And the guys were like, "It's a beast." I mean, that boat just. I mean, it just and then when we got there, what happened was that when it filled up with water in the bow, there was enough water in the bow that the weight pulled it off of the thing, but it ripped the whole freaking dock apart in the process. Didn't break the rudders, didn't break the any of the shafts, and they were like, "Holy crap, this thing's a beast." Well, then it was sitting a good 3 feet. It's got about 3 foot draft, and about 3 foot of what happened was it started to sink because there was enough water in it that the outlets, that like the sink outlets and stuff, because that discharges overboard, they were below the water line. So it started to fill those up, and the water started to come through the sinks because the manufacturer, when they built it, they didn't put loops in there like they should. We have a whole different standard of boats now. And the sculpers, the things that's supposed to drain water at this point, were allowing water to come into the boat. And but it still floats. It was full of water, and it still floated. And even the guys from Cito were like, "Holy crap, this boat didn't sink." And it's like, no, it's designed this way. It's
like a Boston whaler.
Yeah, well, it's Stamus has been around since the '60s. And they build them in St. Pete. I got a gnat flying around. They build them in St. Pete, Florida. And the guy, I called Pete Stamus, and he was like, "Yeah, my grandfather built your boat." And he's like, "Here." They have all the drawing because they're all built custom. They don't build production boats. They're all custom built and hand laid up fiberglass and everything. And he's like, "Yeah." He goes, "Here's the he had all the paperwork on it, all the drawings, everything." And yeah, this boat is just a beast. I mean,
Nice.
all the guys at the yard were like, "That's a nice boat."
Little 350s. Yeah, that thing must get up and go.
It cruises at about 30 knots. You got to remember though, it's 10 ton. It's a heavy boat.
That's a lot of power though.
Yeah, it's got two 350. So they're 350. They're cruising. You're looking at about 300 horsepower, 325. So you're looking at 650 horsepower total.
Nice.
Yeah, the thing cruises about 30 knots.
So you got like onboard navigation. You just type in the coordinates, and the thing will just take you right there. Or?
You're talking to Jeff Norton, of course.
Captain Norton. Right?
Captain Norton. No, I haven't earned the captain yet. I haven't. I still have to do the Coast Guard class, which is coming up next week. But
Nice.
but yeah, no, it's Yeah, I'm actually getting my captain's license. I'm thinking about getting my master's license too. So I'll be, I don't know. I might do both of them at the same time. So
Sweet.
yeah, I'll be a Coast Guard master. So, but yeah, no, it's going to be, and you know, now that I'm a gut it, it's going to be so much, there's going to be so much more. I mean,
yeah. Remodel.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the head, one of the things I never liked about boats is that the toilets are small. They're like aircraft toilets, right? So this one's going to have a normal size human person toilet. Nice. And what's really cool, that's the other thing I'm really grateful about this boat, is it didn't have a septic or a storage bin for the toilet.
Yep.
So this boat has what they call an MSD3 system. So what happens is the waste goes into like a small tank.
Yep.
It gets nuked. Well, it doesn't get nuked. It gets electrified by these electrodes, and then it transfers into another tank, and it gets mixed with kind of like my pool. It takes the salt water, and the salt water goes through electrodes, and that makes a chlorine kind of chemical. It completely disinfects it and immediately discharges it overside. The waste that comes out of the system is cleaner than the water that it's going into.
Crazy.
Yeah. So it doesn't have a holding tank. It's what they call an MSD3 system, and it's state of the art stuff. And my boat had it, and it's destroyed. I'm gonna have to put a new one in, but it's good because I get to upgrade it anyway. So I'm gonna put a little bit different system in. But yeah, so it doesn't have a septic. It has it'll have its own water maker, so it will make its own water on the boat. And,
like a desalinization deal?
Yep. It'll have desalinization, and it also pulls water out of humidity. Out of the air. Yeah, I'm going to have a water filtration system that actually runs and pulls water out of the atmosphere.
Nice.
And then it will have a small, about a 40-gallon a day desalinization system. So
sweet.
Yeah, the air system pulls about 6 gallons a day, 6 to 7 gallons a day, and then the other system will pull 40 gallons a day.
So what does it do? Does it draw on the seawater, and then it's like a distillation process where it boils?
It's pretty cool. It actually pulls it in. It's got a reverse osmosis system, a filtration system, and then it's got from there, after it filters out all the salt water and stuff, then it's got a UV system that zaps it, and then it's got another high electricity filter that it runs through. So, yeah, it's all filter system. No, it's not it doesn't. It's not heat. It doesn't. It's not distilled or anything.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it's pretty good. So I figured with that's what we're going to refresh our tank water, and then our drinking water will be the bottle the air system, 7 gallons a day. Yep.
Well, it sure beats having to haul a couple 100 gallons of water for a few day trip or whatever.
Yeah. I'm not going to haul. Yeah, definitely not going to haul anything like that. It's all going to be made right there on the ship.
Nice.
Yeah, and then when the thing's sitting at the dock too, that doesn't mean I can't take the 7 gallons a day and dump it into the freshwater tank.
Yep, that too.
So because the freshwater tank is 120 gallon.
So it's 3 days,
about 3 days. Yeah, you figure well, it's different because when you flush, when you use toilet water, it's all seawater. So you're not using fresh water. But you gotta account. I think you have to provide 3 times what a normal person would drink in a day. So you figure a normal person would drink about 1 gallon. So if you have 5 of you, so you got about 150 gallons is what you have to have on the boat.
Yep.
So
Nice.
So yeah. So that's just leaving. That's 150 gallons leaving. You know, obviously you don't have to have that when you come back, but my boat will have it when it comes back because it will constantly be replacing.
Yep.
So, but yeah, we're gonna go look for UFOs, man.
I hope you find something. That'd be cool.
Oh, dude, we're gonna find something. I've seen enough of them that to me it's like second nature.
Nice.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, you're gonna see them. I mean, I see things that you're just like, there's no way. That's not a satellite and that's not an airplane. Now, you got to be careful though because you'll get bugs. That's why you got to shut the lights off on the boat. Because you'll get bugs that will hit the light and it'll look like a UFO. Yep. But it's a bug that goes in front of the IR. So you have to be careful about that. But yeah, it's pretty freaky stuff. It'll make you think twice. And then, like I said, not only do you have to work above you, but you know, every once in a while you'll run into something below you too. That will make you go, holy crap. You know, what is that? So that's the other part of it too. So not only, like I said, you have the adventure above you, but the adventure below you as well.
That's it.
Yeah. And we'll probably do some scuba diving. It's just like I said, we're gonna charge you. Basically, it's the boat. We leave either Friday night or Saturday early morning, and you have the boat for the weekend, and we come back Sunday. And if you want to scuba dive, you can scuba dive. At 100 miles out, you're only about 100-foot depth.
Yeah.
You're not that deep. So it's fun scuba diving, and usually we'll park next to a wreck, anyways. Or park just off of a wreck.
Yep.
So.
Nice. But, you guys got, is there great whites in the Gulf of Mexico?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Tiger sharks.
You tiger, bulls. You got bulls. You got hammerheads. Barracuda. Nice. You actually got to worry about the barracuda more than anything. You got squid.
Giant squid.
Giant squid. Yep. Those are the ones that freaked me out. I think I had a run-in with giant squid, and it was not pleasurable.
Yeah, those things mess you up.
Yeah, it was definitely memorable. Well, I personally didn't have one, but we were delivering a sailboat, and pilot whales were something was hammering these pilot whales, and to the point that we were running into them. And pilot whales are like dolphins; they run alongside your boat. You don't run into them. Then they don't run into you. But something was definitely jacking these pilot whales up, and it was big. There was something big under our boat, and I think it was a giant squid because sperm whales or whatever, they don't attack pilot whales.
No.
So I the only other thing I know that will attack a whale is a squid. That was off the Baja Coast, California.
Wow.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it was pretty freaky. Scared the crap out of me. I don't go in the water, in the ocean.
Yeah,
people are like, "Hey, go swim." I don't know. I don't go swimming in the ocean.
Yeah, you never know, man.
I tell people, you're on the food chain and you ain't the top of it.
Yeah, that's it. Not in the ocean, at least.
Yep. And I know people do it. And, even scuba diving stuff, I'm leery. I'll go freshwater scuba diving. I'll do cave scuba diving. I'll do, all that spring fed, but not in the ocean. I have no desire to ever swim in the ocean. None whatsoever. Because I've seen too many freaky things. Too many big things swim by you.
Yeah, exactly. Unless you're maybe in Hawaii, I might go in the ocean over there, but
yeah, you see, even I don't know. I've walked along. I'm talking like in the walking the beach.
Oh yeah. If you're 100 miles out there, no, I'm not getting in the water.
No, you're in the food chain. There are things that will eat you.
Yeah.
I had a buddy one time. We were fishing. This is really bad. We were fishing. He had to go to the bathroom number 2. And I'll leave the story, because we're actually in overtime right now. But a buddy of mine had to go to the bathroom, and he was like, "I'll just jump in the water and go to the bathroom." I'm like, "Dude, do not do that." And he's like, "I gotta go," and I'm like, "Here's a bucket." And he goes, "I'm not going to the bathroom. I'll just jump over." And I'm like, "Go ahead." I said, "I'm gonna warn you though, make it quick. Do not waste your time." So he does. He jumps over, and we're in about 5 feet of water, so he's standing on the bottom as he's going to the bathroom in the water. And he comes out of the water. No sooner he comes out of the water, about 4 or 5 sharks show up.
Wow.
Yep. And he was like, "What is it?" And I said, "That's exactly. They smell that from 100 miles away."
Yeah.
I mean, and I'm like, next time you'll go in the bucket, won't you?" And he was like, "Yeah," because he was in there, and I was like, "Dude, hurry up, get out of the freaking water." And he's like, "Why?
Yeah.
Why do?" And I'm like, "Just get out of the freaking water." I mean, I always I have a portable John that I carry, but this was my buddy's boat, not on mine, so I didn't have the John. And he has a bucket. My friend has a bucket with a toilet lid on it, but the guy didn't want to go to the bathroom. It's not like we're gonna stare at him as he goes to the bathroom, for Christ's sakes. And but he was like,
"Water and a 6-foot bull shark comes up on you."
We had bull sharks. You had black tips. I mean, those sharks, man, they can smell that 100 miles away. And sure enough, man, they just swarming. Like, well, fishing's done. We're not fishing here anymore, anyways. But fishing's done anyways with the shark. But these sharks, like I said, there was none in sight, and all of a sudden they just all showed up all at once. Yeah, that's for you land lovers who are out there on a boat, or and you think you're going to go to the bathroom in the ocean. That's attraction number one. You might as well cut your hand and dangle it as well.
Exactly.
So because they do come to that. It's an attractant.
Well, Jeff, I'm probably going to jump off here, brother.
We're done. Actually, this show's over with. You and I are just in overtime.
Just yakking away.
Yeah, just yakking. We're doing what we do best, man. And, you're busy. I'm busy. We got to do a show.
Yeah, we can do another show. Schedule it. I'll do a little promoting and.
You and I ought to do a show. I know a lot of people are like, "Hey, you guys ought to do a show together."
Yeah, I'd be down.
I don't know if Miss Sandy though. She might have some reservations. This is
that New World Order.
Hey, there's Clovis is back. She's like, "You guys are still up?" They're
right
all live.
I'll email your or I'll private message Dawn, and then I'll probably see you tomorrow.
Absolutely, my friend. Yeah, tomorrow we have. Let me go to my page. I talked to her today. Oh my gosh, it's funny because I don't want to. I always think of Salient Green when I hear our guest tomorrow. You know what Salient Green is, right?
Yeah, it's made of people.
Yeah, well, we have McCarthey Green, and tomorrow she's giving away a special gift to all the Midnight listeners, all the people that join us. So yeah, McCarthey nice. Green is going to be joining us tomorrow, which is going to be another great show. I talked to her today. So, all right, my friend, take care. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
All right, good night, Jeff, man.
All right, guy.
All right,
see you
later, bro.
Yep, see you. There you go. The impeccable Jeff Hayes joining us, author of New World Order. Great book, great set of books. If you guys have not gotten his books, you know what? My goal tomorrow is to get all of those old shows up on the system. And so that way you guys can get out there and get his books. A great series of books. He's working on book number 3 in the trilogy called The New World Order, The Calling of Man, which was one of them. And then I can't remember the other one. Jeff's going to be upset with me, but it's all right. He understands stuff. So as I wrap up this evening, I just want to tell everybody thank you. Thank you for joining us. What a show. What a great show. This has been an outstanding show tonight. I want to say thank you to Kelly Sullivan Walden. She's going to be back on the show. We will definitely get her back and finish up our conversation. She had a very limited amount of time. I do appreciate the short amount that she did spend with us and everything, and we will definitely get her back in a couple weeks, maybe in a month or so. But like I said, we got McCarthey Green is going to be joining us for tomorrow's show. Get out the Facebook, YouTube, and all of those to learn what that show is going to be about. But it's going to be kind of similar to what we did tonight. Not on dreams, but we're going to be talking some pretty cool topics. Like always, we're at 98 on our YouTube. If you want to help us out, tell your friends and tell your family. If we have, think about it, we have 98 subscribers to YouTube right now. If every one of you guys who subscribe to our channel, if you told 5 people, please make it a goal to tell 5 people about our show. That's all we ask. Just tell 5 people. And we will definitely break through the 100. We're going to break through the 100 this week. I know we are. And then we go to the moon, right? So with that, I just want to say once again, thank you, Kelly, for joining us. Great show. Thank you, Jeff, for jumping in there and giving us a shout and everything. But I just want to let you guys all know I appreciate you and the fact that you join us. You take time out of your busy schedule and your busy day and evening to spend it with us. But this is the Midnight Ocean Radio Show, a podcast. I am your host, Jeff Norton. Join us here every weeknight from 10 p.m. till 2 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, or on the web at www.themidnightocean.com.
Jack.